Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the House Open Cup number 3. I'm H.4.0.S Live VIP, and this time I will not be joined later by Kuro. Usually Kuro does join me later on for the semi-finals, for the grand finals, especially because this is a Polish tournament, but Kuro is unavailable this week, so I will be trudging through this on my lonesome, only joined by the people in the chat, so Gibbs strength as always a 12 pool. As we're getting into this and spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have our Polish Zerg player representing MY Fixed. It is Snockstar. And spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss representing Team Blazer. It is Ziomek. Vamanos. Dzień dobry, everyone. Dzień dobry. We are here with our bi-weekly Polish event. Of course, the House Open Cup is a relatively new Polish tournament that runs every 2 weeks, regional to the land of Poland. So you have to be from Bologna if you do want to be a part of this tournament. And it is also going to be leading into an offline event as well. There have been qualifiers held. There are invites that are going to be had as well, and it all comes together here at the end of the year. It all comes together at the end of the year at an offline event in Warsaw, in the capital of Poland, I believe. And I believe we're also going to be trying our best to cast it as well in English. I say try our best, depending on the scheduling. Hopefully everything lines up, and we will be able to cover it here on our channel. That is the hope. As we're 12 pulling to get back into it. 12 pull is not all in. It is a macro opener. It is forcing forcing a reaction out of Ziomek, as Ziomek is going to be laying his expansion here, throwing down a wall, second gateway. We have a second pylon, cyber core. We go for a full wall off here. Zealot does come out in time. We do manage to, oh no! We do not manage to wall off in time. The boys have to be a part of this here. The Zealot taking a lot of hits already, and this Zealot is going to go down. The Lings, they bust into the natural base pylon and Zealot threat. Thankfully, we have 2 pylons available here for Ziomek, but more boys have to be pulled, and this pylon is going to go down. This was just going from bad to worse. This is just getting out of control. We're droning behind this, by the way. Again, we're not all in. We are transitioning, but this is doing so much damage. The Adept is going to come out. We have so many links. We dive on top of the pylon, and the pylon, it is going to fall. Oof. Just barely. It will get picked off. 2 links are left. 8 probes go down. So much lost mining time, and this 12 pool got out of control, out of hand. Really rough building placement as well. I would say one of the rough things that we saw here was the fact that the Zealot came out on the right hand side. The hole in the wall was over on the left, so I had to go the long way around. Took a little bit of extra time. We had to try to throw down an extra wall, and it just wasn't quite in position. Wasn't able to seal that hole in time. And now Snockstar is in a beautiful position. Ziomek is still supply blocked, by the way. We cannot build anything. No probes, no Zealots, no nothing. Everything has to be repowered, and Snockstar back at home. He's chilling. Now, there's a lot of pressure on this one Adept. There's one Adept to get damage done. We can kill workers potentially, but we already have Lings. We have Queens as well. We shouldn't be able to get too much damage done. And Snockstar, he is just getting fully saturated on 2 bases, taking a third, looking to get further and further ahead. The pressure is on Ziomek here. What kind of direction do we tech up in? How do we approach this game? That's a good question. Do we go for a 2-base all-in? Do we go for a Twilight Council? We can go for maybe a charge all-in off of 2 bases. Maybe Glaive Adepts. Maybe we go for a Robo first into Sentries into Immortal. There are options available here for Ziomek, but the wall is still not a wall. We get on top of the pylon again. Oh my god. This 3rd base is going to be delayed, but we expand elsewhere. Snockstar taking the linear 3rd base instead. As these things will be cleaned up, thankfully, the Stalker has arrived and we're able to disrupt the AI. Drone is going to drag this Adept towards the northern side of the map. Lings do slip into the main base. They're going to be a little bit annoying, and they may get a probe, actually, if Ziomek isn't too careful. 1 probe goes down. No! We can't afford these losses. 1, 2 probes go down. We're going to get a 3rd probe as well. Oh god. Oh, no. Not like this, Mappy. Not like this. And it's going to be a rough road to recovery. As I mentioned before, I feel like macroing and trying to take a 3rd and just focusing on our economy, I don't think that's on the table. I don't think that's on the table here for Ziomek. It's going to be a 1-base all-in one way or another. Warp Gate is still on the way. The Lings, they're going to get more probe kills, so this is Leave him alone. He just wants to saturate his natural. The Lings are going to surround on the Stalker. Stalker's going to go down. More Lings are coming across the map. We're just flooding across the map at this point. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Snogstar is going to take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough start for Ziomek. The initial opener, the reaction to the 12 pool was a little bit less than ideal. So unfortunate that the Zealot wasn't able to wall off either. It wasn't able to seal that entryway into the natural, and yeah, things they got out of hand from there, Papi. They got completely out of hands, and with that, Snogstar, he's up in the series. Oh, sorry, I have to fix that. There we go. Snogstar is up in this series, and that is surprising. Coming into this, I would have pinned Ziomek as the favorite. I would have said that, yo, Ziomek, he's going to be coming in as the clear favorite. Snogstar, he's more of an up-and-comer. You know, he's got more to prove, more to achieve, and already popping off. Popping off here with a win. Not bad. Not bad at all. As we settle into this again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Oh, shout out to Cash. Oh, hello, Cash. Dzień dobry, papi. Dzień dobry. Hello, Kashim. A shout out to Kashim in the chat as well. Our lovely VIP. Kashim is a big contributor of Linkopedia. He is also the main admin for this tournament. If it wasn't for Kashim, this event would not be run anywhere near as smoothly, if at all. So much love. Much love, much support as we're getting into game numero 2, number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing MY Fixed. It is Snogstar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss, the red Protoss, representing Team Blazer. It is Ziomek. And Ziomek already going to be leading this series 1. This is a, oh god, Snogstar already going to be leading the series 1-0 off of the back of a 12 pool, and we'll see if he can close this out. We'll see if Ziomek can fight back and tie up the series, force the ace match. Personally, I do hope so. I want a longer series out of this. So far, going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener here from Snogstar. Nothing too crazy this time. The Probe Scout is going to confirm this. The Probe Scout does spot the hatchery, is going to spot the gas, and the timing of the spawning pool. So this time, Ziomek can rest easy and get into his opener. Alright. And this is where I'm ready to sink my teeth into this series. I mentioned before that, of course, Snogstar... thank you so much for the raid, SC24. Papi. Senor Jaime Sausage. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great ladder stream. Hope you had a great time over on your channel. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the House Open Cup. What is this? Are we in your house? Kind of. This is, of course, a bi-weekly Polish tournament. So exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have plenty of amazing players here tonight and plenty of StarCraft action now. What I was about to get into here, I want to get my sink my teeth into the series, because Snogstar, he did win game 1, but still in my mind he is the underdog in this series, and he was able to snowball out of control with a 12 pool of all things. Ziomek just could not keep up, could not recover after the damage, the devastating damage that was dealt. But that was off of an aggressive opener. And this time we have a standard opener, which means we're going to have a more back and forth, which means Ziomek is going to actually have a stable setup here to get into a 2-base economy, to get into a 3-base economy as well. And now, again, it's going to be more of a challenge for Snogstar to actually keep up with Ziomek. Not impossible, not at all. I'm ready to bear witness, you know. In my mind, you know, I still want to favor Ziomek, but it's going to be very impressive if Snogstar can take it to Ziomek off of a standard opener, off of a more even game. I'm ready for it. But yes, welcome everyone, welcome. Do hope you're all enjoying yourselves, as the first attempt does make it across the map as well. Going to be threading a shade into the main base. Snogstar able to not flinch, actually. Unflinching here, does not expect that attempt to finish, and will be forced back. 2 Lings do sip in the main base as well. We got a full scout. Snogstar does get eyes on the Stargate, on the Oracle as well. We get a full surround, and the Lings will get cleaned up. This time, 0 probe damage, or this time 0 probe kills. This time the workers are left safe and sound, and our economy is looking good. Third base is on the way. Third base should soon be on the way for Ziomek as well. Once the first Oracle zooms across the map, we can expand on location and get into our economy. Meanwhile, it's been a while since I've casted Ziomek. I want to say the last time I casted him was OC King of the Hill a couple of months ago at this point, and Ziomek is a good player, don't get me wrong. He's very active as well. I casted him most recently in the OC King of the Hill. I actually casted him most recently in the Scion custom race tournament. Apparently, Ziomek is a very active player in that community, and he was looking pretty damn good in that custom race event in the Scion Cup. I actually have some replays from that event, and I'm probably going to be going over them in the coming weeks as well. Maybe causing some more Ziomek in that event, as he does, or as actually a lot of Protoss players, sorry, a lot of Polish players are in that. Ziomek Geralt as well. He was also very active in the Scion Cup. So really excited to see the two of them compete. Meanwhile, third base is being taken. Oracles are moving out. Going to be zooming across the map. Snogstar back at home, going for a lair at around the 4-minute 30 mark on time. Roach Warren as well, looking to be a Roach-based composition. Oracles, they dip into the natural, but they do not get any drone kills. Oh my god, quick reaction out of Snogstar, keeping his units alive. Oh my god, Ziomek taking some extra hits, and no! We'll lose one Oracle as well for not much at all. A rough start here for Ziomek, losing an Oracle already, and Snogstar, he is looking pretty good at this point. He's droning, no Evo Chamber, no +1. This is looking quite aggressive here from Snogstar. The lack of Evo Chamber tells us that he doesn't really think to look further into this game. He may be looking to go for a 66 drone Roach all-in. I'm curious how much he's going to drone, how committed he is going to be to his roaches. As the Oracles are diving into the main, again, they can one-shot workers, and they will. They get one, they get two, they get 2.5. They get 2 in the end. Back at home, Ziomek is transitioning. We have a Robo, Forge, and Twilight Council on the way. This should be for +1 and Blink. Meanwhile, Snogstar is already making those roaches. This is what I was curious about. Because there's no Evo Chamber, because we got a fast lair as well, we're cutting workers at 50. Even less than 3-base saturation. We only have 10 workers here. This is very committed, very all-in. Queens are waddling across the map. The creep highway is set. Revelation will get eyes on the Lings at least, but the roaches are amassing. And Snogstar, he's not looking to get into the mid-game. He's looking to kill Ziomek here and now. Thankfully, Ziomek is working on defensive immortals. We have one immortal coming out. Charge on the way instead of Blink. And the Oracles, they will spot the all-in. Oh my... Snogstar, mate. My god. Biles down the Oracle mid-air as it's zooming across the map. Papi, you're styling, Papi. You're styling. And here we go. We're committing to the all-in. We have a wall of cannons and shield batteries at the third base. So what about the natural? The natural, there's nothing here. There's 0 stack defense. And Snogstar is going right for it. The wall has been broken. Lings, they're flooding into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Boys are being pulled. There is a second immortal coming up, but it's getting surrounded. Down goes the gateway, and Ziomek is being zoned away from the natural base. At least the immortal does stay alive, actually. Queens are doing what they can. We're trying to bust into the natural base. It looks like we will get on top of that immortal. It barely does survive. Gateway's are depowered. No cybercore, which means we can't warp in any more sentries or stalkers even. But I don't think we care. We're just waiting for charge. Ziomek being very patient. He does pick off a queen. We're about to have a third immortal as well. We're about to pull the trigger. The zealots are being warped in. Natural base should go down. Oh, the last queen. No, last queen is going to fall. And now we're going straight for the main. Here come the zealots. Good kiting so far, pulling back, and it looks like we will collapse on this army towards the left-hand side. And where's the overcharge? The overcharge is not going to keep the immortal alive. A shield battery goes down, stalkers as well. Ziomek just having a hard time keeping up. He does get on top of one of the Ravagers. That's a lot of zealots. That's a lot of zealots coming in. Wow, so they take down the final Oracle as well. The last Oracle will fall. But down they go the zealots. We're looking to depower more of these gateways. And now these immortals are looking so exposed. There's only one immortal left. The Biles, they connect on the boys as well. And it looks like that is going to be all she wrote here as Zogstar. He gets the final immortal. The workers have all gone down. GG gets called, and Zogstar will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Zogstar as he takes the series 2-0. Advancing on here to the next round. My condolences to Ziomek, but that was hyper aggression out of Zogstar. That's what I expected. We've casted Zogstar in the past, whether it's the esports events or these house events, and Zogstar is a very cheesy, very aggressive player, and Ziomek could not keep up with him. He was trying to settle into the mid game, trying to settle into a 3-base economy, but alas, he could not, and Zogstar will take it in the end. Congratulations. My condolences to Ziomek. Unfortunately, it is a single elimination tournament, so very little room for error. Very little room to for error there. And oh, they're talking about chicken finger. Yeah, the infamous. Aye. But yeah, congratulations to Zogstar. Now we can take a moment to have a look at the brackets. I know we didn't get a chance to earlier, so !B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at yourselves. As we quickly go over this, and from the top, we have Geralt waiting for the winner of Overlord and V Martha. Not too familiar with those two players. I think they're more amateur players, so Geralt looking to make it through and eventually face off against Zogstar in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have a Laser versus Matrix. Matrix is more of an amateur player. We've casted him before in our own Masters events in the past, so best of luck to Matrix. It is good to see a Laser again. For those that were here 2 weeks ago, you were here, a Laser wasn't. A Laser participated in the first Open Cup, did not participate in the second Open Cup, so as a result, he's actually a little bit lacking in the overall points and the rankings, and he's looking to make up for that, looking to make up for lost time. He's up against Matrix. Meanwhile, we have Cristiano versus Diablo, papi. Cristiano going to be with the favorite there, and Laser versus Cristiano. Oh, that's going to be quite a series in the next round. Oh my god, it's going to be a lot of fun once they face off. If they face off, of course, they have opponents that could cause upsets. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Art waiting in the quarterfinals for the winner of Aristery and Hangman. Gonna give the edge to Aristery there, but best of luck to Hangman. And at the very bottom, we have Rodzin versus... oh, let me just double check. Rodzin versus Seraphit, and Papi versus Fnatic in a PvP. I'm a little bit torn. Like, there are just so many good matches, and part of me feels like I need to cast Papi at some point. Always. He's my boy. You know, we talk about him all the time. We bring him up all the time. So I feel like I have to get around to that at some point. So I wish him the best of luck. And another thing that I don't know if you realized, here in the 3rd edition, we get a Laser who was missing last week. But we are missing the champion. The House Open Cup champion, Spirit. He won the 1st edition, he won the 2nd edition. He is the best player in Poland. I would place him above a Laser. I wouldn't even say at the moment, but for the majority of this year, I would say that Spirit, he is the stronger player. And he isn't here this time. He is being a little bit gracious here, allowing for another champion, whether it's Geralt, whether it's whether it's a Laser, Cristiano, Art, Rodzin, Papi. It's all up in the air because the champion, the person that has won every edition of this tournament so far, is not here. He is not here. So now it's up for grabs. Anyone can take it. Who's it going to be? Now, this is also where I have to exclamation mark Funada, the admin, a little bit. I mean, I know there's proper seeding here, but I feel like Geralt and Cristiano, Geralt and a Laser, as Cristiano did take the series. Oh my god, there we go. I feel like Geralt and a Laser, for them to not face in the finals, like I feel like they should be on opposite sides here. I know a lot of it is because a Laser didn't compete last week, so he's actually a little bit further behind in rankings, in overall standings, in this event, but I feel like the upper half is stacked. you have Cristiano, a Laser, and Geralt all in the upper half of the bracket. Oh, that's brutal, Papi. That's brutal. Oh, meanwhile, the bottom half is basically almost pure Protoss. It's Arts, Rodzin, Papi, Fnatic, and one Zerg and Aristry. I'm not familiar with Hangman's race. I'm not too sure with the race there, but yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. If you're a fan of Terran, I apologize. Typically, Spirit is the Terran champion. Spirit, and then I guess Ziggy as well as another Polish Terran player. I think Ziggy is still in Korea. I don't think he's in Poland at the moment. But without Spirits, I don't think there's anyone here to wave that Terran flag. Maybe Kashim can correct me, but is there any Terran players in the tournament? Is there? Oh, what? Ah. We're just catching up here, but yeah, I don't think there's a Terran player. Oh my god, I'm looking at the Wikipedia, and yeah, it's just pure Protoss and Zerg. Oh my god. Feels Terran, man. Feels Terran, man. Catching up in the chat. Oh, good morning, Holden. Good morning, Papi. Good morning. No, it's I mean, I guess it's not that early in America anymore, or in the United States. It's not that early, but well, in NA. Cristiano versus the Laser will probably be a banger. 100%, 100%. That's what I'm banking on. We're just getting a couple of extra results coming in. Cristiano advancing on, Rodzin advancing on. We'll definitely be jumping on Cristiano versus potentially a Laser in the next round, especially because it's going to take a while for Snogstar to have another opponent, so we're keen to chill. Little afternoon. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Good to see you in the chat. And yeah, I guess we may even go on a short break here. Just waiting for a Laser series to wrap up as well. Again, a lot of really high caliber players, a lot of Protoss, a lot of Zerg, not much Terran. But yeah, good to see you, Holden. I hope that you're still, being active as well. I haven't seen you compete in a while, but maybe you're competing in team league matches. I know that you joined Berserker at the start of the year, if I'm not mistaken. So best of luck, Papi. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good day. And if you're a native, then I hope that you're able to be a part of DreamHack Atlanta. I know a lot of people, people in North America and even outside of America are going to be traveling to DreamHack Atlanta for the event, to not even just to compete in the open bracket, but also just to be there, to be a part of the experience, to be able to interact with all these other community members and all these other fans of StarCraft as well. I know a lot of people are definitely hyped about DreamHack Atlanta. No longer on Berserker, but I'm trying to come back and playing a lot. Oh, nice. Close to Atlanta, so you can play in the BYOC. Oh, let's go. I think Mixu won last time. I think last year it was Mixu, maybe some, who else am I thinking of? Binsky. I know Binsky, he was playing in it as well. I think it was Mixu and Binsky in the finals, if I'm not mistaken. Question mark. I remember they both went far. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I remember. Binsky and Secret OP. I wish that Binsky was more active. I get to cast Binsky like during the qualifiers of like NA events, and he's always an amazing player. But I feel like he's not very active outside of that. Like, I don't know. He's not active like with the ESL Open Cups or the other weekly tournaments. He feels like more of a ladder hero. But a great player nonetheless. Reaper took a game off of. Oh, let's go. Doesn't surprise me. Reaper, he's an animal, Pop. He's an animal. I love him. But yeah, for now, we are going to be going on a short break. As more results are coming in, we're going to be going on a short break. We don't want to miss out on a Laser versus Cristiano, so we're just going to be waiting a little bit further here, and then we'll be jumping into that next series. So see you guys soon. Take this moment to hydrate, hydro, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, get some more water if you need it. And in a couple of minutes, we'll have that ZVP, that a Laser on Cristiano action. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone, welcome back. I apologize because I did miss out on game one and I was a little bit, I didn't understand. I did not understand, but we are diving in mid-series into a different series entirely. We have spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate. We have the Polish Zerg player representing Twisted Minds. It is Aristory. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish, or the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And again, I do apologize for missing game one, but a laser versus Cristiano is technically ready, but it's being held. It's being held until after this series wraps up. So we're going to be getting into and finishing up Art versus Aristory, and once we are done, oh, hello there. Once we are done, we're going to be getting into a laser versus Cristiano. That is the plan. That was the plan, and I misinterpreted. I thought it was going to be a laser versus Cristiano first, and then Art versus Aristory. So I'm like, oh, yeah, we're just chilling, we're just waiting, and I misunderstood. As the drone is getting across the map, and we are going for a hatch block. Hatch block is upon us. Boys are being pulled, so this is not meant to finish. This is designed to delay the expansion of Art for as long as possible. And Art does react quite well here. 5 probes have been pulled. We have a Zealot on the way. It's being chronoed as we speak, and we are looking to shut down and force a cancel with this base and then expand behind this. Speaking of being behind this, Aristory is going for an expansion into a spawning pool, into a gas catch, or into a spawning pool. So again, pretty standard opener overall, just trying to delay the expansion and throw a wrench in the works here when it comes to the opener of Art. We missed out on game number 1, so I'm not entirely sure as to what did transpire with this with game 1, but I think it was relatively short. I think it was like a 5-minute game or something, so didn't miss out on too much, thankfully, as we have that expansion on the way. And Art can get back into the swing of this. So nothing too major going on here other than, of course, Art. There was a lot of lost mining time, on those probes. We forced out a Zealot, we delayed the expansion, and now Art is getting across the map with this first Zealot. He was forced to make it. It has to get some kind of value here, and wow, it could even delay the third base. Oh my god. It does force it to be taken in a more compromised location. So not a bad start here for Art. Not a bad follow-up to just force the triangular third to be taken instead. We have a Twilight Council follow-up as well. Art looking to be hyper-aggressive. Okay, I'm here for it. I can get behind this. With a Twilight Council opener, this should be Glaives. We could lead into a DT opener instead. Oh, Zealot does barely go down. Back at home, Robo is also on the way. We haven't pulled out a gas yet. If we do pull out a gas, it could lead into Glaive and Eps. Otherwise, we could throw down a Dark Shrine and commit to DTs instead. For the time being, Aristory is none the wiser. Aristory, he has an Overlord in position to go in for a scout, but he hasn't gone for it yet. For the time being, he is going to be keeping this back. He is in the dark as the opener is. Oh my god, Aristory going into a very fast lair. A 3-minute 30 lair timing very early here. We have additional queens on the way. It is going to be a Dark Shrine opener, so we will happen to have some mobile detection available with an Overseer. But a lair this quickly can mean one thing, especially with 3 gases. This looks like Ling Hydra. And if this was Glaives, Art could win. Art could just kill his opponent with Glaive and Eps. Thankfully for Aristory, this isn't Glaive and Eps, it's DTs instead. The reason why I say that is that Glaive and Eps are amazing against Lings and Hydras. Hydras and Lings are both light units, and they both can really struggle against really committed Glaive and Ep attacks, especially because there's no Bailey Nest, there's no Roach Warren. Now thankfully, because it's DTs, Aristory will have a better chance at defending, as long as he makes an army, as long as he makes units. So there it is, there's that Hydrogen. Again, the reason for this, 3 gases and a fast lair screams Hydras. You don't need a 4th gas. 4th gas would be a Spire. That's kind of our tell, at least, to know what to differentiate one between the other. As we do have the Adepts moving out, Dark Shrine is now finishing up, and DTs are going to be morphed in. And I know that I was talking a lot about how, okay, you know, because it's DTs, Aristory should be able to live. True, but there's only one spore in the main. There's no spore at the natural, no spore at the third base, and these DTs, they can get a kill on this hatchery, and that is already a huge amount of damage. We could do more if we went straight for the natural. We could kill queens and maybe some drones, but killing this third base is more than enough damage. We do have an overseer on the way. Can we save the hatchery? Oh, I don't think we can. The base will go down. Overseer finishes up 1 second too late. And Aristri is now stuck on 2 bases. Now, to be fair, he hasn't been droning. So I'm pretty sure he's going for a Ling Hydra Flood, like a Ling Hydra all-in. So he doesn't really care too much about the third when it comes to the economy, but he does care about the larva. We know when we're going all in, we need as much larva as possible. We need to be able to spend our money. Speaking of, Lings are going for a big counter-attack. Adepts are in position. We do get a surround, but a DT will force this back. The Dark Templar do force it back. We do have Archons behind this as well. Charge on the way. And Aristri has not made a drone in a long time. He did not retake his third base. Hydras and Lings, that is all we have. That is all Aristri needs. And Art, is he ready for the all-in? We have a shield battery at the third. No shield battery. Oh, no. So we do have a shield battery at the natural base as well. An overcharge is available. And here comes the push. And Art is not quite ready for it. Do we have okay? We do have detection, thankfully. We do have an overseer available. We get a surround on the adepts. We go straight for the Archons as well. 2 of them are forced to be lifted up, and it looks like we may just have too many Lings, too many Hydras. The Immortals are being caught out as well. Overcharges pop, but it doesn't even matter. The Immortals are out of position. Oh my god, as I say that, the juggling is too good. Art does save his Immortals. Just barely, he does keep them alive once again, preserving them, picks them both up over the ledge on the other side of the wall, and Art completely shuts this down. Oh my god, we are getting probe kills, but that doesn't matter. Aristri doesn't have an economy. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Art will take the 2-0 over Aristri. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. Congratulations to Art as he does take the series 2-0, taking down his opponent. I 100%, I believe that those Immortals were dead. There was no shot, no way. I was like, mate, they're getting caught out. You know, we're forcing the overcharge at the third base instead of the natural. There's no way this ends. No shot, as Art does somehow save them, somehow preserve them, and GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations, as Art does advance on to the semifinals, and we can now focus on our next series. It is going to be a Laser versus Cristiano. They have been patiently waiting for quite some time, waiting for this series to wrap up, and now it has. And now we can sink our teeth into another PvZ, one that I'm sure is going to be a little bit longer. Aristri was very aggressive, very all-in. I'm not too sure if we're going to be seeing that dynamic here, as we're getting into game 1 of our next quarterfinals match. Meanwhile, looking at the bracket, I believe Art is the first player to make it to the semis. A lot of the other matches are still ongoing. As a reminder as well, both semifinals will be casted. So, you know, once Art has an opponent, they're going to be waiting here for our next series. Then we can dive on that, and then we can go up to the upper semifinals as well, and then the grand finals thereafter. There we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Polish Protoss player. He is not purple, he is not pink. Is he feeling okay? Is he? Aye. It is the red Protoss representing Team Blazer. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, also from the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. A Laser, of course, the best Zerg player in all of Poland, up against one of the best Protoss. I feel like the best Protoss is still up in the air. It's still up for like contention. Art is amazing. Geralt is amazing. Cristiano, damn good as well. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. Mana, let's not forget about Mana. I do think that at the moment, Geralt is probably at the top of the pack, but it's very interchangeable, and I feel like it's depending on, you know, how good the players feel on the day, on the week, on the month, how informed they are. I think for now, Geralt is at the top, but we'll see if he can maintain that position here. Because there are just so many Protoss players in Poland. They're all vying for that #1 spot. For the Zerg, though, Elazer, he's been at the top for quite some time. One of the best Zergs in all of Europe, not just Poland. And we are getting into our opener. So far, Hatch, Gas Pool, standard opener out of Elazer. We do have a Gate Expand into our Cyber Core as well. So all is as it should be. When it comes to Elazer as a player in this matchup especially, he's a very greedy player. We've criticized Elazer a little bit when it comes to his defense. His defense is usually a little bit lacking, and he can lose a lot of drones over the course of the early to mid game. He can lose up to 10, 12, 15, 16 workers even. And he's still ahead, just because of how many corners he cuts. Elazer, he's the kind of player that skips their spores and skips early lings as well, and tries to defend with pure queen and just drones as much as possible. And because they're droning so much, even if they lose a bunch of workers, they're still looking good. Like, they're still ahead economically, just because of how many lings they've been cutting, and just how many things they've been cutting in general. How greedy they are. So Elazer's probably the best at that. it's crazy. I remember casting with Asher. I think we casted Elazer versus Creator, and I think Creator killed like 21 drones. And then he killed 21 workers. Then he went for a 3-way all-in with Immortals and Sentries, and Elazer, and it was supposed to kill Elazer, and Elazer, he just survived, and he got away with his economy and just like would win from there. Like, there are these crazy games where we cast where Elazer loses an insane amount of workers, an insane amount of drones, and he comes back anyway. Like, he stands strong regardless. It's crazy. Regardless, here we go. We do have 2 Adepts making their way towards the natural, looking to slip into the mineral line, and they will commit to the shade into the main. 1 drone goes down. We're gonna barely get a 2nd worker as well. We're gonna get a 3rd, and potentially a 4th, barely. And 4 workers for 2 Adepts. Really good amount of damage. Like, that's a good start for Cristiano. Elazer, his worker count is in a bit of a rough spot here, but I mentioned before, Elazer, he likes to lose drones. It's okay. Losing 4 workers this early on, that's standard, Bobby. That's standard, and we're going to be recouping our losses. Behind this, Cristiano did open up with a Stargate, Oracle zooming out. Now, what's really interesting here is that Cristiano, he only made 1 Oracle. Only 1. Behind this, very quickly, he's taking up into a Robo and into a Twilight Council, going for a Gateway Explosion here in the main base. This is very suspect. This feels like we're leading into a 1-base all-in. Sorry, 2-base all-in. We are intentionally delaying our 3rd base here, staying on 2 bases instead. And are we going to get into Immortal production? I'm really curious, like, what direction we go in. As the Oracle is forced to pivot away. Okay, it's going to be a War Prism to begin with. Twilight Council is done. Do we go into a... Yeah, I was about to say into a Templar Archives for High Templar. We are. Okay. So we are going for a very interesting Archon drop. Very interesting. Geralt has been doing this recently. Geralt has been doing this. This is not unheard of. Who else? I want to say... not Cristiano, sorry. Creator. Creator has done this as well. It's a very old school build and a roundabout way of getting into an Archon drop without Dark Templar. It is a little bit weird, but it does allow you to get into Storm a lot easier. So you can rush into Storm. Lings are camping the prison though, which means we cannot warp in High Templar. There we go. High Templar on the way. The Lings are waiting for their moment to pounce, but they are being zoned away by the Oracle. Archons are on the way. And this should lead into Fast Storm. Back at home, we have Immortal production as well. And we're going for a singular Archon drop into the main. The Queens are in position. This 1 Archon can't really achieve too much. And Cristiano, he will have to back off. Behind this, Adepts, they do slip into a mineral line. They're getting a lot of worker kills at the same time, though. Lings get across the map. They get 4 probes. 4 probes that will help recoup some of these losses. Of these, you get 10. We're going to be getting 11 drones. Oh my god. And this is a classic laser game, yeah. That's 11 worker kills, and you know what? Elazer, he's still keeping up worker-wise with his opponent. He has a 4th base. It's getting saturated. and we're making 11 more drones. So to reiterate, I mentioned this at the start of the game, and you may have been thinking that like I was hyperbolic, but like in a ZVP, if a laser doesn't lose 20 workers, that doesn't sound right. he cuts a lot of units. He cuts a lot of lings. He cuts a lot of roaches as well. He cuts a lot of corners, which is why he's so vulnerable to these this Adept Harass. But I mean, he's still on 70 workers. He's on 67. He's getting 11 more. He has a rich vesting gas geyser. A laser, he's lost so much of his economy already, but it doesn't matter. He's just mass expanding and he's just hammering down that drone key. Which, to put things into context, imagine if a laser didn't lose all those workers. If he didn't, he would have already hit 85 plus drones, and he would be working his army right now. And because of Cristiano's build, Cristiano, he's stuck at home. He's still teching. Storm is on the way. Charge, Immortal production as well. Really, a laser is under no threat, so he is free to drone back up. And a laser, he's at 80 workers. He's on 5 bases, now getting a 6th hatchery. Rich vesting gas geyser as well, so he has a boosted economy. And a laser's ahead. He's snowballing out of control. Again, he likes to lose drones. It's okay. That's a laser. Because, yeah, laser, he has hit critical mass. No more droning necessary here for the rest of the game. And now he can just focus on his army. Behind this, Cristiano getting to a 2nd robo. Double robo immortal production. Storm as well. He's just establishing himself here on these 3 bases. But as he's here, just a laser, he's just... yeah, it's becoming far too much. Oh! No, Cristiano, he does rally into the main base, and the prism goes down. The zealots as well. A laser, he doesn't have to worry about a backstab. He can focus on his main push, and a laser is about to max. He's about to hit that 200 supply. And pushing into Storm isn't going to be easy. This is not going to be an easy assault here from a laser. And how many High Templar do we have? 6 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. Bailey's getting ready for a run by, but Cristiano, he has fully walled off here towards the north. The laser is looking to push in. What I will say is that this playstyle from a laser, and like to lose 17 drones and to still be ahead, this is just a very unique playstyle from a laser. No other Zerg plays like this. You know, not even Cyril, not Raynor. No one is as greedy as a laser, and I mean, it makes him a lot of fun to watch. He's a very unique player, very iconic as a result, very stylistic. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Very stylistic player in this matchup, and his creep is insane. His macro is insane. He is at that 200 supply mark. Bailey's a roll in. The wall is not a wall. They will knock it into a mineral line. So far, Cristiano, he will hold. But Laser, he wanted to trade out because he's maxed. Here we go. We're going for a Spire. Hive is on the way. Interesting that he isn't pushing into the main army. He is respecting those storms quite a lot, and he's only going for run-bys. Storms are thrown down. Oh my god, this base getting so low, and we can do that again. We just keep sending Banelings over in that direction, and that's exactly what we're doing. Stasis Trap is on the way, which will help. There you go, the Banelings. Oh! Oof. Massive Stasis Trap going to be going off. Our Laser, he cannot push in. Again, becoming a little bit too predictable by going for the same run by 3 times in a row. Cristiano is able to keep up. He is about to max out. God, but that's a lot of Banelings. That's a lot of Banelings, Papi. I feel worried for these High Templar. Speaking of, 1 High Templar goes down. Banelings, they barely did make it in. At the same time, a small zealot run by getting across the map. Just try to get a couple of workers, a couple of drones. We're coming back in. We're coming back in, and this time we will get the Nexus. But Cristiano, he's all in at this point, and he has a very, very beefy army. That's a lot of Archons, Immortals. How many? That is 11 Immortals 6 Archons and 6 High Templar with a bunch of Storms. It all ends here. A laser getting ready for a surround. Banelings are coming back from behind. They're coming back from Cristiano's side of the map. The Storms are good. And you can see a laser plummeting in supply. He's in some trouble. Cristiano, he's just been able to just build up this death ball of an army. The Storms were insane. Queens are getting caught out, but we got to keep going. We cannot. A laser, he's remaxing. Up. As Banelings barely do not make it in. The High Templar, they're still holding strong. There's 3 of them left. They've forced to morph into Archons. The Immortals are trying to go toe-to-toe with these roaches, but where is their support? They support each other. 11 Immortals. We have 42 Lings in production. Lings, they will make short work of these Immortals. We need support. We need Archons. We need Archons and Zealots. Yeah, without them, the Lings are closing the distance. We have 1 Archon coming in, but it may just be too little too late as a laser cleans this up. GG gets called. And a laser will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. And that was a close game, definitely. Towards the end there, that we were basically completely all in, looking to try and break through. We almost did, but we lost our Archons very quickly, and maybe instead of reinforcing with Zealots, maybe a line of High Templar could have been a little bit better. It also doesn't help that Cristiano, he lost his 3rd, which does impact his gas income, so didn't have the biggest gas bank to actually warp in Archons either. Had to rely on Zealots instead, and yeah, we just did not have enough to protect those Immortals. We couldn't break through. We couldn't keep pushing. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number... No! We're getting into game number 2, and unfortunately, I was left behind. Do I have permission to... I'll have to message Indy, actually. Indy. I don't have Indy on Discord. Unfortunately, we were left behind. I would love to keep going in this series, but they have already started, and Smurge, happy Smurge. They're getting into game 2, and you can check it out over on Indy's channel. You can check it out over on his Twitch. I'll give you a link. Give you a link, but unfortunately, we won't be able to jump into that game. After this, I'll ask Indy if I can, if I can restream or cast from his stream. But for now, I guess we're gonna be going on a short break. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully they have a long game. Regardless, hopefully they do manage to get into the mid game and get into the late game. But we won't be a part of that. If there is an ace match, we'll be able to cover that instead. So, gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we will have some more StarCraft. The rest of the House Open Cup. See you soon. and welcome back. I wasn't expecting this. A big shout out to Indy, the players, and Kashim as well. I appreciate it. We were left out of game number 2, but they were kind enough to resume from replay. Crazy. So I do appreciate it. We're getting into game number 2. We will be a part of it, and of course, Alazer is leading the series 1-0. I am very appreciative. Typically, in a tournament, in an open tournament, even that you just play it out. You just get left out. Too bad, Fabi. Too bad. But yeah. Thank you. I didn't even reach out. I wasn't even asking for it, but they remade. So thank you. I do appreciate it. I do definitely appreciate it. And we only missed out on the openers. I assume that it's just a hatch gas pool. I assume a standard opener here. From Alazer, and likewise a gate expand out of Cristiano, nothing too crazy. We're going to be loading into Alcione, and no one has taken the golds. No one has lost their minds. Not yet, as we get into game number 2. But yeah, thank you so much to Indy, to Kashim, to the others as well. Still appreciate it. I will message Indy after this though, and if I ever get left out, then maybe I can just restream Indy. Maybe that'll be preferable. We'll see. Otherwise, yeah, we're getting into this. We do have our opener. Of course, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Cristiano, going Oracle first. Going to be zooming across the map. Behind these adepts are going to be looking to try to get some economic damage done. Again, we saw how much damage Alazer sustained earlier. 4 drones are going to fall. We're going to barely not get a 5th as well. But hey, as a reminder, Alazer, he lost, what, 17 drones in game 1? Didn't matter. But I'm curious if Cristiano wants to try to punish him a little bit more, as this is looking like the same build. Interesting. It's a Stargate into 1 Oracle. Only a single Oracle as it gets across the map, looking for a couple of worker kills. We're going to be able to get 1, 2 drones, 3 workers in the main base. And here at the natural, we're going straight for a Robo and a Twilight Council. Soon to be followed by a Forge, I imagine. This is very similar to game number 1. A delayed 3rd base. I don't think this is going to be a 2-base all-in. 2 more gates are thrown down, yes. But if you remember, in last game, in game 1, Cristiano, he just took a delayed 3rd and built up his immortal counts and eventually maxed out, eventually went for an all-in across the map. And it looks like he wants to do the same. Show us the Temple Archives. Show us the Temple Archives. Show us the Archon drop once again as the Prism is on the way. There it is. Temple Archives is thrown down. This is the same build as game 1. Same opener, same build. I'm not too sure if I like it, to be honest. It does mean that this 3rd base is late. It means a late 3rd. It also means late upgrades as well, because the blink is delayed as a result, because we're going into a big like Archon Immortal heavy composition. And what this really means is that Cristiano, he won't have an army to be active on the map, just like last game. And it all makes sense, the reason why he played out game 1 the way that he did. Without charge, without blink, we're stuck at home. We have to be defensive. We're just taking up so much that we have to take a more defensive position here at our 3rd base, maybe eventually a 4th base as well, and we can only harass with these Archons. Meanwhile, Alazer is cutting workers. Alazer went for a faster H.4 in this time. No lair, by the way. Goal base is going to be denied. We do get here just in time. Alazer trying to be cheeky, trying to take the gold as his 4th. Queens are coming in from behind, but we do force a cancel. We are droning a little bit here. But still, only 2 gases, still no lair out of Alazer. Are we gonna... Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed. There we go. Lair now on the way. Very late lair out of Alazer. Because of that, we don't have roach speed, which is why I was like, are we really gonna go like all in on hatch tech? I guess not. Just a 6-minute lair here from Alazer. A couple more drones are going to go down. 7 workers in total. At the same time, it is making it into the natural as well. Helping stack up that damage. Isn't going to be sent out. We do manage to get a bit of damage done here on the 4th base, or I guess the 5th, with double expanding at this point. And Alazer, he's just hyper fixated on droning up. He's a little bit behind just because of his tech. Still doesn't have a fourth, but he's getting there. And Laser is getting there. And back at home, Cristiano, he's safe to just build up his immortal count, build up his Archons. As even more drones are falling. Oh my god, 5 more workers here at the natural base. A Laser out of position with his queens. They're still focusing on Roach production. There it is. Roach speed is on the way. Gold base now being saturated. We main running over and prioritizing that gold. I'm still getting mixed signals because, okay, there it is. I was like, we got an Eva chamber, but we haven't started +1 range. +1 range now on the way. A Laser is still droning, so it looks like these roaches were just made for safety. And Cristiano, he's going for an earlier push. With sentries, with force fields and immortals, we can break through. I do like that we're rotating over to the right hand side, but a Laser, he has control of the Zonaga. He sees the army. He's getting ready for it. He's in position. We're gonna have a hard time pushing up this ramp. Whiles are gonna be connecting here on the sentries. Archons are going down. We're initially breaking through. We're getting on top of the gold, but we don't have to hold on to the gold. Roaches are going down. Those immortals, they're putting in a lot of work. 19 more roaches on the way. At the same time, the Roach Warren almost went down. It may have been worth it to just go straight for the Roach Warren. Ravager's getting picked off as well. We have Lings on the way. 24 Lings in production. And we only have 1 Archon left. We saw this before. If we don't have enough Archons, those Lings, they can just clean up. And a Laser, he dives on the army. Biles will be connecting. The Immortals are putting in a lot of work. We're actually breaking through, but here come the Lings. Here come the reinforcements. We just surround the army entirely. Oracle goes down. And Cristiano, is he running out of steam? He's barely keeping those Immortals alive. They refuse to die. They refuse to go down. And Cristiano, he is breaking through. Just barely. Give us 1 more Archon. Cristiano, he's got the money for it. GG gets called. He does break through. And Cristiano ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG. And I do like this a lot more from Cristiano. I do like going for an earlier push like this, an earlier timing. I do think that a Laser can be sometimes too greedy. And if you remember last game, Cristiano didn't push out until he was almost maxed. He was like at 170-ish supply. By that time, a Laser was already at 200. He was already fully saturated. Oh, this time. Let us in. Thank you. Thank you, Pac. Do you manage to make it in? But yeah, a Laser, he's a very greedy player. And we saw that because it took so long for Cristiano to push out in game 1, a Laser, he was able to get up to 80 workers. He was able to get up to 6 bases, able to max out, and yeah, just snowball out of control. This time, Cristiano pushed a little bit earlier here, and I do like this adaptation out of Cristiano. I do think this is a really good way to treat a Laser as well, to try to punish that greed. And the question becomes, how will a Laser change his playstyle here in game 3? How will he approach Cristiano as we get ready for that ace match for Hecate? Meanwhile, looks like we have a couple of other results coming in as well. Geralt facing off against Noxstar, Rodzen facing off against Pappy. The Protoss and Zergs, they do continue. Jigging out to determine who else makes it into the semifinals, and speaking of, we're here to do the same. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the Polish Protoss player tying up the series 1-1, representing Team Blazer. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player representing Team Liquid, the best Zerg in all of Poland. It is a Laser. And we have seen a Laser fall to Protoss in this region before. Most notably, last season, 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago now that I think about it, in the very first edition of the H.4.0.S Open Cup, number 1, Geralt. Geralt was able to take advantage of a Laser, take the series, and make it to the finals to face off against Spirit. It's happened before. Can it happen again? And I did say that Geralt and Cristiano, they're relatively similar in skill. I still stand by that. I do still think that Geralt has the edge over Cristiano, but they're very different players. They are very different players. They have very different play styles as well. But we'll see if Cristiano can accomplish the same feats as Geralt. We shall see. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of a laser. Behind this, Cristiano going for a gate expand. Now, Cristiano, he's gone for the same opener and the same build 2 games in a row. Essentially. The difference, of course, being that Cristiano did hit a stronger timing. He hit a much earlier timing in Game 2. Part of what led into that is I did notice that in Game 2, there was no Forge. Game 1, we had a Forge for +1. Game 2, 0 Forge, 0, no Blink or anything like that. It's getting into faster Sentry production instead. But can we pull that off on Hecate? Can we pull that off? For now, a little bit too early to tell. I would love to see Cristiano divert completely and go for like a standard opener or go for something like Glaive Adepts to try to really catch a laser off guard. I do think that Glaive Adepts can work well against Cristiano. Sorry, against a laser. Ah. I want to believe. But here we go. For now, Stargate opener. Should be to get into an Oracle. Now, do we go 1 Oracle into into Robo Production, into a Twilight Council, or do we see something different? Fingers crossed, papi. Fingers crossed. I see. Welcome back, Slow Bro, in the chat. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. I hope the doctor visit went well. I hope all is good in the hood. I see Adepts do make their way across the map. Now, every game so far, these 2 Adepts, they've been killing at least 4 drones. At least 4. Can we do it again? For now, we will commit to the Shade. We get into the natural. 1 worker goes out. We're going to get 2. We're going to get 3. Can we get 4? Looks like we barely cannot. Only 3 were... Oh my god. A bit of miscontrol there out of a laser, selecting the drones in the main. A lot of lost mining time. We may have only killed 3 workers instead of 4, but that was quite a lot of damage done. Meanwhile, once again, single Oracle into the Robo, soon to be into a Twilight Council. Same opener, 3 games in a row. There's a Twilight Council on the way, which will lead into a Templar Archives, which will lead into an Archon drop. Meanwhile, the Adept does barely survive, shading onto the other side of the wall. Oracle racing back home as well. Oracle does make it back home here. And we are going for additional gateways this time. Let's go. Typically, we only go up to 3 gates, but this is a 4th gateway being thrown down. I'm curious if we're looking to be a little bit more aggressive this time. 3rd base is going to be taken. Show us the Templar Archives. Get As the Oracle gets across the map, we focus down 3 drones. We'll get the hell out of there. Not too bad. 4th base is going to be spotted. There's that War Prism on the way. And there is that Temple Archives. There's that Temple Archives. So we're going for another Storm... Sorry, not Storm drop. Going for another Archon drop. Once again. We will keep our eye out for a Forge because we're up to 4 gates. We're throwing down 3 more gates behind this. Still no Forge. Did I say 3? I meant to say 4 more gateways. That is 8 gates in total. We're chronoing our charge. It looks like we are going for a timing attack. We're going for a big push here with not just Archons, but also charge lots. No Immortals on the way. So the opener has been the same every game, but the follow-up has been quite different. Different variations here. You love to see it. Just a couple of Archons are on the way, making their way towards the 4th base location. Meanwhile, across the map, the Lings, they do manage to get on top of the 3rd, but there's the Oracle to defend. Lings are going down. And can we get a kill on this hatchery? With these queens, I doubt it. Damage is being done, don't get me wrong. We should have enough shields to defend. Back at home, more Zealots, Archons on the way. The Warframe of Zealots is a bit of a tell, because Cristiano hasn't been probing. This third is just for show. And here comes the all-in. It's a 2-base all-in coming in from Cristiano. That is a 9th and 10th gateway on the way. 10 gate 2-base all-in. Third, again, it's just to throw a laser off the scent. And a laser's droning. No shot. A laser is in the middle of droning. And can he survive this attack? Because here we go. The all-in has been revealed. The queens are caught out. The queens are caught out, and we dive right on top of them as well. The first queen will fall. Good positioning here in the mineral line. Some of those Archons, they do get stuck behind that gas geyser. Zealots are going down. Good kiting coming in from a laser. And it looks like Cristiano, he's running out of steam. He's running out. The Archons are doing a little work, but one of them goes down. We only have 2 left. And not enough Zealots at the same time. Third base is under threat. We need to keep pushing. We need to keep going. As again, with only 2 Archons, we're being forced back, and a laser is going to hold. Again, if he did fight out in the open, I do think that Cristiano could have maybe snowballed out of control. But a laser, he was able to buy time, kite all the way back to the third base, use the terrain to his advantage, use the Sim City to his advantage as well. And Cristiano, he has nothing left. This is his army. He's warping in back at home, but these warp-ins, they are a little bit too little too late. The first push was the strongest. And a laser is stabilizing. He's building up his roach count even further. There's no immortals with this push, so again, Archon Charge, you need an overwhelming army to snowball out of control, and we just don't have that. We have a lot of Archons, which is good against Lings, but not so much against Roaches. Again, really good kiting coming out from a laser. A couple of force fields are thrown down, but laser, he avoids them. Yeah, we just dive on top of that first Archon. 4 Archons are left. And we just have to pick apart this army 1 Archon at a time. Down goes the second, the third. GG gets called, and a laser will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to a laser as he does take the series. That was a close game, and we were almost able to break a laser then and there, but again, really mature of a laser to kite back all the way to his third base, to not fight out in the open. If he did, I'm pretty sure Cristiano would have killed the army. That's how, that just goes to show how important, it goes to show how important positioning really is. How important engagements can be, and yeah, with that, a laser does advance on to the semifinals, and we have one final quarterfinals match getting underway. It is going to be Geralt versus Snogstar. Let us get this ready. So yeah, GG, a good effort by Cristiano. Definitely to make it as far as he did, and to force the ace match out of a laser. Almost able to pull off the upsets, and it would have been an upset. A laser, he is of course a world-class player. Cristiano almost able to take him down, but laser, he'll have a moment here to breathe, a moment of reprieve, waiting for the winner of this very series. Waiting for the winner of Geralt versus Snogstar. Let's go. Let us go. Just waiting for the players to get ready here. We're loading in. We are loading in. Shout out to the players. They were waiting for us, thankfully. They were waiting for us. Much love, much love. I know Geralt was slowly working through the upper half of the bracket and has finally made his way here against one of the cheesiest Zerg players in all of Poland. Maybe the cheesiest Zerg, actually. Like, when I think of the Polish Zergs, I think of a Laser, I think of Trifax, Aristry. Aristry can be a little bit cheesy, definitely. But Snogstar, I feel like he's another level. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have arguably the best Protoss in all of Poland, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh my god! Going for a double extractor trick. Okay. We have the Polish Zerg player representing MY Fixed. It is Snogstar. Let's go. So again, the last time we casted Snogstar, he went for a 12 pool against Jomek. He also went for a 2-base all-in as well behind it in game number 2. We'll see what he has in store for us here in game number 3. Or in our first series. Oh, right, it's a proxy hatch. It was a double extractor trick into a proxy hatch across the map. Let's go, Bob. Again, look, there's a reason why I said that he's the cheesiest Zerg player in Poland. I stand by it. It's true. It's very true. Very aggressive. Very cheesy. I love it. As we go for another double extractor trick. Just getting as much as we can here out of as few overlords as possible. He's hey, what's going on, Bobby? What's going on? Geralt, he knows something is wrong, something is amiss. It's like, yo, where are your gases? Where's your hatchery? Where is your spawning pool? Which he does scout. And Geralt, oh my god, he's expanding. It's crazy. Okay, Geralt, he's not fully aware of what's happening. He's checking the third base locations. And he does finally come across the proxy. He saw the drone. Forge is on the way. Cannons soon thereafter. We have our first couple of spines already in production. Can Geralt hold? Can he survive this? As the first cell does come out. Now, with this Nexus, he will have access to a shield battery and an overcharge. The overcharge is going to be very crucial here in the defense. And there we go. Shield battery is thrown down. Forge is on the way. The reason why the Forge is important is because we will have cannons to help defend. We have very limited production. And ideally, we want an Immortal behind this. We want a Robo behind this. Or even a Stargate. As the Lings have arrived. They're going to surround! No, the surround is real! Zealot is going to fall. The Creep is slowly encroaching upon the base. As that Forge taking a lot of damage. One cannon is on the way. But the Forge is going to go down. We're only going to get a single cannon. And we get on top of the other. The spines are slowly creeping on forward. Overcharge, keeping the cannon alive. Oh my god, just barely. So close. The cannon went down to 4 HP. And it will fall. And it looks like we are taking control of the natural base. There are 2 Stalkers that have made it out. But the spines are within range of the pylons. And with these spine crawlers, I mean, the production is going to go down. There's no warp gates. No warp gates. No robo. No nothing. Again, I do think it was too greedy to go for the Nexus. Like, instead of going for initially a Forge or a robo, specifically the Forge, in another gateway as well. It's a very greedy response here from Geralt. And he's being punished for it. The gateway goes down. We have 1 gateway, 2 gateways on the way in the main, a Stargate as well. And even if these gateways finish, no Stalkers. We don't have a Cyber Core. No Stalkers can be made. As Snogstar, he's on a timer. He has to push into the natural. He has to break in, fam. He has to break in. We do have a backup Forge, backup cannons on the way. Snogstar, if he really wanted to, he could start droning. He could start mining. He could try to contain his opponent, but regardless, we're still all in completely. Queens are waddling in. The Lings, they get us around on the cannon. Cannon gets cancelled. We have Zealots on the way. The spine crawlers are getting into the main base. A risky move here. We need the creep. We need to spread the creep. They're still on cooldown. Overcharge gonna buy some time. Queens are taking a lot of damage here. They can't transfuse off of creep. They have to back up. No, we're supply blocked. We can't make the Void Ray. The supply block. Not like this. We have a pylon in production. Creep is spreading. One queen goes down. Spread the creep, Poppy. Root those spores. The spines. Root them. As we are trying to shut down these gateways. There we go. The spines now kicking into action. A little bit delayed. Spines are a bit delayed. Good transfuse, keeping these queens alive. We're up to 3 queens now. Oh. As more gates are going down, Void Ray is in production. We're getting there. Getting to that Void Ray. Spines pushing forward. There's a Artosis pylon. One pylon keeping everything powered. Do we notice? Overcharge is going to keep everything alive a little bit longer. We have 4 queens now against the Void Ray. Oh, the transfuse will keep it alive. Oh my god, the spine refuses to die. It refuses to go down. Another clutch transfuse. Spine crawler will finally fall. But that Void Ray has taken a lot of damage. And Snockstar, he's doing it. He's doing it, Papi. He's busting in. He's breaking through. Get the Artosis, but yeah, get the pylon. He knows. He notices. That is an Artosis pylon, and the boys are being pulled. It's gonna go down. We depower the Stargates. That is all we needed. There's one gateway behind this, making one zealot at a time. These 2 stalkers, they've lived through a lot. Look at the kills. One stalker has 30 kills, the other has 26, and those are lings, not broodlings or anything like that. They're all lings and queens. 60 kills amongst the 2 of them. No shot. 60 kills between these 2 stalkers, the hero stalkers. Crazy. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, shout out to Geralt, you know, he cares about his units, he cares about his boys, looks after his army. They live a healthy, long life. But they need to retire. As the Void Ray getting quite low here. Overcharge barely going to keep it alive as well. But the Void Ray does get targeted down, a big loss. And now we only have gateway units. Without a Void Ray, we don't really have a way to siege on forward. 33 kills and 29. Oh my god. I mean, are we pulling this off? The queen count is still looking pretty insane. I would kind of love to see us rotate around and hit the robo. There are cannons and shield batteries here towards the north. I think it's good to try to focus our attention towards the south instead. It looks like that's where we're headed. And there we go. We're once again trying to focus on that pylon. The queens, they're being overwhelmed by the stalkers. Can Geralt pull this off? Can he somehow pull this off? GG is gonna get called, and he does it. He defends. Snockstar doesn't believe, he taps out. GG. Oh my god. Geralt takes game 1. I can't believe how much value those two stalkers got. Again, they're over 30 kills. One of them had like 34, the other had 30. 2 stalkers. Oh my god. GG, well played. Snockstar, he ran out of steam. You could see that the queens that were slowly dying one after another, they couldn't transfuse each other any longer. The stalker count was getting too high, and the immortal was about to pop. That immortal was the nail in the coffin. That was the end of the game once that immortal hit the field. GG. GG, well played. Crazy. Oh my god. He almost pulled it off. He almost pulled it off. Casito, papi, casito. Songs just didn't want to macro at all. I mean, you know, he was all in. I mean, there was a moment that to be fair, there was a moment where if he wanted to, he could try to expand back at home and drone and just contain. Right? This is true. This is true. Like, he had the option if he at a certain point he had the option if he wanted to. He had like 2 different branching pathways. He could either commit to the all in and try to kill Geralt, or throw down a base and start droning and just look to contain. Just contain on one base. This is true. But obviously he made his choice. He made his choice. He wanted to kill Geralt. He did not want to try to get into a macro game from here. And I don't blame him. I don't fault that decision, but in the end he just barely could not break Geralt. Could not pull it off. GG gets called, and here we go. We're getting into game 2. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have... oh, we're going for a 13-12. We have the Polish Zerg player representing MY Fixed. It is Snogstar. And again, I did call Snogstar the cheesiest Zerg player in all of Poland, and he sticks by that. This time, not a proxy hatch. This time, a 13-12. We are rushing into fast link speed. This could even be a Bane bust or a Roach rush. We have a couple of options available here for Snogstar with how he wants to execute this. Now, Geralt will come in with a probe scout, and he will see the gas as well as the spawning pool. Geralt knows, and he should be preparing back at home. So Geralt, this time he has all the information he needs. This time he doesn't have like a greedy response or a greedy opener. He should be respecting this. We're going for the gold? No shot. Bobby. Oh wait. Hello there. So mining through this middle patch, it looks like we want to take the gold base. Yeah, we're going for it, but Geralt, he's here to stop him. He is here. We can throw down a pylon, and Snogstar will not be able to get away with this. Not this time. The pylon is thrown down. Lings are on the way. Link speed is in production. Now, this is important. We have link speed on the way, and we did not pull out a gas, which means we will be able to get into a Baneling Nest or a Roach Warren. Most likely a Baneling Nest. As we force a cancel onto the gold. But Snogstar, I don't even know if he wants to expand. I think he wants to make it look like he wants to expand, and he's not going. He's going for a one base lair? One base spire? Question mark? What? What? We're going for one base lair, Papi, but we're pulling out of gas. Which means we're not going for a spire or a Hydra Den or an infestation pit. What is this lair for? A Nidus? This has to be Nidus, right? That's the only thing. Yeah. Nidus. Okay. We know. One base Nidus here for Snogstar. I mean, link speed just now finishes up. He does have an Overlord in the main base, and because we're not mining too much gas, it's only enough gas to throw down the Nidus Worm. I believe that's the case. I believe that. No, sorry, Drop a Lord. Right, of course. Drop a Lord. Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Only enough gas for a Drop a Lord. Not a. Regardless, we're looking for a way into the main base. No, he's checking. He's checking. He does scout. He does see. As we are ferrying our units into the main base, what do we have to defend? We have one Stalker, one Adept, no shield battery in the main. But are we going in too soon? The boys are coming in for a surround. A lot of Lings are going down ahead of time. One Stalker will fall. Oh, but that's a lot of losses. That is 12 Lings. 12 Lings for one Stalker. That is an expensive trade. As we rotate over towards the low ground, we get on top of the shield battery. The Zealot is coming out. We don't quite get the shield battery in the end, as we do pick up and drop once again. Snogstar is droning back home. But GG gets called. Not a good enough trade, and Geralt will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Geralt will take it. Again, I like the idea from Snogstar. I love it. Like, there was so many layers to it. I love that he was faking out that he was taking the goal base as well. He was doing well, convincing Geralt that the goal was being taken. Meanwhile, he went one base lair to go into a Drop a Lord into the main. I do think he went in too soon. Because he went in with half of his links first, he got surrounded by the probes. He was surrounded by the probes, and because of that, half his links went down immediately, so he just didn't have a lot of momentum when the next wave of links came in. So I think he was a little bit premature. I think he got a little bit too excited. I think he would have had a little bit more success. I'm not saying that he would have won the game, but he would have had a little bit more success if he had just held off a little bit there and been a little bit more restrained with how he executed that all in. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Geralt, as he does make it on into the semifinals, and we have our first semifinals before us. I don't have a lot of time to prepare. We're getting in. I don't want to crash. Okay. Platinum Heroes. The intros are going to be wrong, but we'll make do. We will make do. Hold on, I'm just trying to set up the casting tool. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Berserker Esports. We talk about him all the time. He is the one, he is the only, he is Bappy. Bappy, let's go. And spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And because this is the semifinals, we will have predictions. Let me just quickly get that going. As a reminder, Geralt, who we just casted, did make it into the semis. He's waiting in the upper semifinals for the end of this series, and we will be getting into Geralt versus Elazer once we conclude this PvP. We are getting there, as predictions will be open momentarily. We just very quickly went from one series to the other. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare. Didn't have a lot of time to get things ready ahead of time. And it's a PvP, so I gotta be quick, Papi. I gotta be quick. Alright, upon hearing this message, you have 2 minutes to place your bets. 2 minutes to predict who you think makes it to the grand finals in this PvP. I mean, it's a PvP, so very unpredictable. In general, I would say that Art is the favorite player. He is a stronger, well-rounded player. Art, he's amazing, he's beautiful, but it's a PvP, so anything can happen, and upsets, they can occur. There are, of course, PvP specialists as well. I want to believe that Papi can pop off. As quickly checking the bracket, Papi, he was able to take down Rudzin 2-1 to make it this far in the tournament, and Fnatic 2-1 as well. As we have some very interesting openers. So Papi is going double gate into double stalker. We have Art with his first 2 units of choice. He's going for adepts instead. He does go for a hidden Twilight Council across the map. This is looking like proxy DTs. You don't proxy the Twilight Council unless you intend to proxy the Dark Shrine. So a very risky move here from Art. Now, if this goes undetected, no pun intended, and if there is no detection back at home as well, then this will end the game. We've seen it before, but proxy DTs, they can straight up end the game as soon as they arrive. It happens at the highest level of play. It happens to like hero and max packs at times. It can happen to anyone. So we'll see if Papi can get a read on what's going on, because there it is. There is a Dark Shrine. Now, thankfully, we have sentries. With these sentries, we should have access to hallucinated scouts, and we should be able to get across the map and get a read on the lack of tech. The stalkers are going to be pushing in as well, as we will have to back off. One probe goes down. Art turning back around with the rest of his adepts, trying to maintain map control, trying to get on top of these stalkers. Meanwhile, back at home, we do have a safety robo. Good read here out of Papi. Papi, he hasn't seen much. He was actually able to get into the main base earlier. It looks like he did go for hallucinated scout at some point. He's going again. Now, the lack of tech is a tell. As the adepts are threatening a shade. We have more adepts on the way. Seeing no Robo, no Stargate, no Twilight Council screams proxy. And there's no fast natural either. So upon seeing everything here, he should know 100% that there's a proxy somewhere on the map. And it should be a Twilight Council because the Robo's back at home. There it is. Observer is on the way. Adepts, they commit to the shade. Again, they're trying to distract the army. DTs are coming in. Observer is still in production. We're committing. We're going for a head-to-head fight. And these Stalkers, they will go down. Overcharge barely keeping them alive. As the DTs try to sneak in, but no, the wall is a wall. The Dark Templar, they get completely shut down. And Bapi is in a good position from here. He has a faster Twilight Council, or I should say faster Blink, better saturation, natural base, Art still getting his own natural up and running, and he's getting into Immortal production. To make up for how late his Blink is, Immortals are required. Again, Immortals, they make up for a much lower Stalker count as well because Art was hyper committed here to Adepts. Quick moves out of Bapi. Quick moves. As he's getting into his own Immortal production, so again, Bapi's just ahead. He's ahead in workers, ahead in tech. Keeping up with Immortals. We do commit to the shade! And we're going to be able to get 2 probes as a result. Pretty good damage here. Just like that, Art takes a slight worker lead. But only by 1. Only by 1 worker. And from here, Bapi, he should be going for a 3rd base. We'll see if he goes for a 3rd or if he doubles down on 2 base play. There it is. That's 2 more gateways. That is not a 3rd Nexus. Hallucination is coming in. Again, Bapi is just trying to get a read on whether or not Art has expanded. So he checks. He does confirm the lack of 3rd. And with that, he is where he needs to focus on his army for now. He knows that he's not falling behind economically, and now he's looking for his own 3rd base. There we go. Things are calming down. Oh. We're calming things down. We're calming things down, Bapi. Calming things down. As both players are taking their 3rd bases, and Bapi is going for his push. Looking at the units tab, he is slightly behind in Immortals. He's down 1 Immortal. He is up 5 Stalkers, and he has Sentries. He has the Prism as well, so he can juggle. He can reinforce here on the front lines. He has 4 gateways. And he could try to push in, but it looks like he is going to be respecting this Immortal count. Did he see the 3rd? He did. Okay, he's going to rotate around. And I don't think he can break the natural, but I do think he can maybe get on top of the 3rd base. It's going to be close. Doesn't quite go for it, though. Again, Bapi, he should know that he's ahead, but we don't want to throw away that lead. We don't want to overextend and lose a fight and then just, you know, give the game to Art. Okay, we're calming things down, Bapi. Calming it down. Proxy Pilot hasn't sorted. We were warping in the DT, but it was shut down. And Art is going to be pushing. Oh, catches 2 Stalkers even. Big pickoffs. No shield battery. No shield battery. No overcharge either. A bit of an oversight here from Bapi, and that could kill him. There we go. Now a shield battery's on the way, but a little bit late. Art does back off, though. He doesn't commit. He doesn't push in. Thankfully for Bapi. As we do have a couple of depths shading into the main. They were dropped off by the Warp Prism. And we're getting quite a lot of probes. 6, 7. 7 workers going down. Pretty good here as the Warp Prism is going to be shut down. Oof. It's going to be a kill in the Prism. But Bapi does take a worker lead. Chat. 2 Stalkers guaranteeing their places in the halls of Chadhala. Chadhala. Aye, aye, aye. True, though, true. Those two, they were the hero units of the game, mate. It's crazy. With that, we've just been building up our forces, and we're going for a bit of a base trade. As Bapi moves out, we have Art pushing in, and the question becomes, does Bapi turn around? He does. He recalls back home. He's turning back around, forcing a recall as well. The recall on recall. And this is important. This means that, again, Bapi, he wants to push, and he won't be able to turn, or he won't be able to teleport back home to defend. A little bit of miscontrol here, a little bit of mispathing. 3 Stalkers, they go down for free. Not a good start. The Prism. Bapi, he's so far ahead. He's up 20 supply, and he's bleeding out units. He's throwing away a lot. This is a good start for Art. And just like that, Bapi, he was up, what, 20 supply? And that advantage is dropping. And not the best control here from Bapi. As a result, Art, he's getting away with going into Disruptors. The Bay is done. And Art, he's running away with this. All it takes is one good Nova, and the army of Bapi is going to crumble. One good Nova is all he needs. And breaking a player on 3 bases here on Hecate is a difficult thing to do. Unless Art had expanded here towards the south. Speaking of, oh, 3rd base has been sorted. We can go for it. We can go in. Bapi not liking his chances. Doesn't quite commit to that 4th. And Art, he's going to get away with it. He's getting in position. Hey, Blinks forward almost gets an Immortal. Quick moves there, but one Immortal does go down the Nova. Takes out 2 sentries, high energy sentries as well. Very good pick off. And it does feel like the advantages that Bapi once had have been stripped away. I need to give the edge to Art now at this point. He's catching up in upgrades. He has a higher Immortal count, more Disruptors, more Stalkers. Art, he's clawed his way back in. He has clawed his way back into this, and it's now on Bapi to pull off a miracle here. He's down in tech. Pushing into Disruptors is a very difficult thing to do in any matchup. And here we go. We do see Art. He wants to try to catch this army as well. He's going for the surround. Ay. Pushing up a ramp, though, is still going to be quite difficult to pull off. Good force fields, but do we care? We blink in. We do not. Meanwhile, behind this, DTs, they're going for the mineral line. They're going for some economic damage instead, forcing a recall. Oh my god, the Novas. Nova's going to be going off. 13 workers go down. Oh. As the Dark Templar, they are caught out. But that was a good way for Bapi to avert disaster. He was almost surrounded. Art almost caught the army. But I still need to give the edge here to Bapi. To Art. I mean, Art could be a Bapi as well. It's fine. Novas are going to be going off on a bit of friendly fire, actually. Novas on the Zealots and some of Art's own Stalkers. Brutal connections here. As a result, Bapi does take a supply lead. He's taking another base. And he is splitting up his army. He's pushing on the right-hand side and pushing on the left. There we go. He's dragging Art out of position. Recall is on cooldown. Remember, he already recalled a couple of moments ago. Yeah, he's completely out of position. This base is going to go down. That's going to be a kill on the 4th. At the same time, also coming from behind, the Disruptors, they're exposed. 1 Disruptor goes down, a 2nd as well. Big pickoffs here from Bapi. He's pulling it off. Yeah, there it is. GG gets called. It's just too much in one swift move. He pulls Art apart and takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Things were looking a little bit dire, but again, the DTs, they created an opening. They were able to force an overreaction, or I mean, force the recall, an apt reaction actually, to deal with them. meant that we didn't have a recall for the later fight, and Bapi, he was lacking map control, he was lacking map vision. Art, sorry, I keep confusing the names. Art was lacking map vision, map control, and because of that, he didn't see the second army. He didn't know that Bapi was splitting up his forces and going for a multi-prong attack. He wasn't able to keep up with it. He was pulled apart. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. And we could see a world where Bapi makes it to the finals. And I love Bapi. I love him, you know, wait. But Bapi in the finals, that would be insane. That'd be crazy. He's one game away. Uno más. Uno más. Let's go. Let us go. But that was a pretty tense game, and was very back and forth as well. We'll see if we can keep up with the momentum or if Art can bring it back. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Bapi. Hi, Bapi. Let's go. Leading the series 1-0 after shutting down the initial DTs. Taking a faster third. Getting a stronger army. And yeah, overall, Bapi, he had a strong start. He had a very strong start overall. Then Art was able to bring it back after a failed push at the third base. And then it was up in the air. Then it was up in the air for both players to grab. And now we're settling into game number 2. Again, coming into this series, I did favor Art. I did pin him as the favorite player to make it to the finals. But it's a PvP. And we all know how they can go. Now, this time I expect Art not to go for a proxy Dark Shrine. I expect that not to occur here, but we'll see as the probes are moving out. They should be looking to scout each other. Should be looking to get eyes on what the other's up to. As we have 2 gate openers into a cyber core. So standard stuff here, nothing out of the norm. We're just waiting for the first 2 units to pop out. Basically, we're waiting for the cyber core to finish, and then we can see what kind of direction our players want to go in. Whether they go double adept, double stalker, stalker sentry. Each pairing of units, they all have different follow-ups. They all show us kind of different dynamics that our players want to go into. The probes, they will confirm that there is no proxy pylon, as the second pylon is thrown down in the main base, and they both see each other. And there it is, double stalker versus double stalker. Very like-minded, very solid start as well. This gives you map control, allows you to shut down adepts. Not overly aggressive, like adept openers, for example. Very safe overall. Behind this, we should be seeing sentries, I imagine. So double stalker into sentry. There it is, sentries on the way for Bapi, and sentries are on the way for Art. Very standard stuff. With these sentries, they're going to be able to scout each other and confirm whether they go for any kind of crazy tech, like a proxy Dark Shrine or a fast robo, Stargate opener. All our options, all are available, and they want to make sure that they're able to keep tabs on each other. We can even see Art, he's scouting, he's checking for proxies. Checking these fringe locations to make sure that he doesn't get bamboozled. And we have our tech of choice from Bapi. It's going to be a Twilight Council. So Blink. Blink is going to be on the way. I'm sure Art shouldn't be too far behind with his own Twilight Council as well. As he's actually making a third oh my god, he's making a third sentry. Again, very safe play. And there it is. There is that Twilight Council. Quite a ways late. It's quite late actually, but that's because we made an extra sentry. Just to make sure we have additional force fields. Hallucinations are moving out. And Bapi should be feeling pretty good about this. He comes in, he sees the Twilight Council, he sees that it's later than his own, which means now he knows that he has a window. He has a timing where he has Blink and his opponent doesn't. It's not a big timing, it's not a big window, but it's there. As Blink is now on the way for Art, well underway up for Papi. Just gonna be droning, saturating our bases. Let's go. Oh my. Este Babylings in the chat. Why are you awake right now? It's 6 a.m. Go back to bed. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, we've been casting all night. Casting all night. Always, always. As the Adepts are caught out, forced to recall back home. And we're following this up with a Robo as well. We can see Arch just being secure, just scouting the edges of the map, making sure that there's no proxy, making sure that there's nothing to be missed as we're getting into our third base. So this is a very passive game here compared to game one. Game one was wild, it was out of control. We had DTs, we had disruptors, all things Protoss. This game, it looks like both players are like scared of each other basically. They're both like terrified. After what happened in game one, they've been scarred, you know. It was taxing for both mental players, both mental states, and as a result, we're just being very passive, very chill, constantly scouting each other, expanding, taking a third without any kind of aggression. Arch is the first to be a little bit more aggressive with these Adepts, but they're being caught out, and they will be shut down. Babling, so he likes it. That's my line. I say that. Shaking my head, shaking my head. Where in the world are you? It's 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. here in Australia. Australia. Queensland does have a different time zone. Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria. I think almost all the other states are different to Queensland, right? Queensland has their own thing going on. But here we go. We do have the Phoenix diving into that main base. We're getting a full scout as well, confirming that yeah, we're just everything is as it should be. Charge on the way, +1. Immortals. Any big divergence here is we do have a Temple Archives on the way for Archons. Oh, okay, Toronto. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, we do have a faster Temple Archives here. So Archons, they do actually work so well in shutting down Zealot heavy compositions, which is why taking up into Archons is almost necessary here in PvP. Likewise, Bapi just a little bit behind with his own Templar Archives production. Soon to be getting into his own Archons as well. Fourth base on the way. We're no rush 8 minutes. It's it's happening. This game has basically become who can macro better than the other. Once we get into the mid game, once we get up to 3-way saturation, who is going to be in the better position? Now, Bapi does have a faster faster fourth base. Looking at the units tab, he has Immortals. Art doesn't. Outside of that, everything is looking pretty close and pretty similar. Second Immortal's coming out, so Bapi, he maintains his Immortal advantage. That could be impactful. It depends. A lot of this is going to depend on whether or not the Zealot fight goes well for Bapi. If the Zealots overwhelm the Archons and get on top of this army, then the Immortals won't really help too much. But if the Zealots are cleaned up, then the Immortals, they can break through and get on top of the Stalkers. As Arch is going for a pretty Zealot heavy composition. But yeah, here are the CranKy Ducklings. We ruin our sleep schedule for StarCraft, actually, for StarCraft. I was casting when the sun went down, and I'm also casting when the sun goes up, rising right in front of my face. I have to close the curtains. It's blinding me. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. That's what we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. It's beautiful. Beautiful. As we do have a Dark Shine on the way. Another big deviation. We have Arts going into Disruptors again, and Bappy going into DTs instead. But here we go. Finally, we're moving out. Before we can even talk about Disruptor production or DTs, the armies are soon to clash. Looking at the army compositions, I want to favor Bappy actually. But a lot of it comes down to the angle, to the execution. Here we go. We cannot allow the Zealots to just run into each other. As they will be clashing, the Archons putting in a lot of work. The Zealots of Arch just getting annihilated, but we have another wave. We have another warp in. As we're trying to break through the Archons. Oh, just caught in a really rough position as well. Gonna be juggled back. Overcharge is gonna be... There's no shield battery, actually was focused down, and Bappy is pushing through. Again, the Archons adding so much DPS to this army. But he doesn't manage to break the third. Or the fourth. He is gonna back off. Does back off in the end. And looking at the Unisource tab, Bappy actually lost... Oh, he lost his Immortal. He lost additional Archons as well. This was a better trade for Art. Was more efficient. As Bappy has to back off. And now I'm concerned because Art is doubling down, going into Disruptors. And this is going to be a more high-quality army here. A more efficient army. 1 or 2 Nova shots, if they go off, then that's going to be the end of this army for Bappy. So really interesting they decide to go for DTs again, 2 games in a row. Nova goes off. Got 3 Zealots. Prism's going to go down as well. Bappy on the retreat. We still have 1 Nova in the chamber. At the same time, the DTs, they do come in. They do annihilate the mineral line. But Art, he's going to keep on pushing. He's going for the army. He's going for the kill. Likewise, though, these DTs, they're wreaking havoc. But we're warping in Zealots against a mass Archon army. I think Artie just has too much. Unless he turns around. He turns around. Artie's racing back home actually to deal with this. These ZTs are getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. 20 workers go down. The 4th base as well. It's going to be a kill on the Nexus. Dark Templar, they waddle into the main base. And Bappy, he's pulling Art apart again. But what I will say is that this army from Art is still looking devastating. Like, I still think he can take a head-on fight. I still think he can win a head-on engagement. So here we go. Overcharges pop. We're going for the base. And we snipe the Nexus. We are forcing Art all in. DTs, they come back in. Taking control of the natural. And there's no turning back. We have to commit. We have to keep going. And can Bappy deal with this? He's getting some of the Disruptors. No! They're going down. One after the other. A bit of miscontrol out of Art. He wasn't looking. He was warping in back home. GG gets called and Bappy does it. Oh. Bappy, he will take down Art 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Who needs Disruptors? Who needs Archons? Just make the Invisible Man. GG, well played. Congratulations to Bappy as he advances on to the grand finals, and he's going to be facing off against either Geralt or a laser. GG. GG. Just have to quickly get ready for that as well. We have to quickly prepare for our next series. My game did crash, so hopefully I don't get left behind. Don't leave me behind, Bappy. Don't leave me behind. But congratulations to Bappy, and yeah, we'll see. He's gonna have to rest up here. It's very unexpected. I did not expect Bappy of all players to make it to the finals, but I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. So we are on the way. As we are getting ready for the upper semifinals. And how many people predicted? I need to see the predictions. 32% for Bappy. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Congratulations to the one person that did place their bets on Papi. And we're getting ready for the upper semis for a ZVP. Let's go. My game couldn't handle what happened. My game crashed after Papi won. It just couldn't register what occurred in that series. It was too much. It was too much. But GG, well played, and oh my god. Yeah, he's our first finalist. He is our first finalist for our tournament tonight. And we are just getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for it. My body is ready. Oh. I missed out. I'm sorry, Papi. You should be. You should be. There's a Haluk, so that's very scary for Papi. True, true. We're getting into this. We're getting into our next game. Vetoes are done. Vetoes are complete. Oh. And here we go. This is a oh wait, just go Reddit. This is a rematch. Predictions in the chat are open for the next 2 minutes. Place your bets on who you think is going to face off against Papi in the finals, as Geralt will be facing off against a laser. Here we go. And fun fact, I said before, a laser didn't play in the second edition of this tournament, but he did play in the first, and a laser did not make it to the finals. In the first edition of the House Open Cup, a laser actually lost to Geralt. Geralt made it to the finals instead. So we'll see if our Zerg player can get his revenge as we're getting into game 1 of our last semifinals of the night. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of Poland, one of the best Zergs in all of Europe, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. As Geralt does zoom across the map, he's going to be forcing the unnatural natural with this probe. No big deal. But again, it was a couple of weeks, it was a month ago at this point, a month ago, where we saw Geralt face off against a laser, and Geralt caused the upset. And I mean, I say it was an upset, it was, but the series looked very solid. Like, Geralt, he looked damn good against a laser. And ever since then, Geralt, he has been popping off. In WTL, in World Team League, he's been getting some really good results. Likewise, I can say the same about ESL Masters Winter as well. Geralt has really been coming into his own, and depending on how he performs in the rest of the season of ESL Masters, I almost want to say that maybe he could be looking to secure himself as being one of the best Protoss in Europe. Obviously, you know, we have our top 3. You know, we have Max Pax, we have Showtime, we have Skilless. That 4th slot is kind of in contention. You know, you've got like Mana, you've got Geralt, you've got players like Strange, all vying for that spot, all, you know, vying for, you know, a secure number 4. And, yeah, Geralt, he's getting there. He is getting there. Even without his mustache. Imagine Geralt with a mustache. Oh, that's that's unstoppable, Papi. He becomes better than Skilless at that point. But, yeah. It's just been really cool to see him grow as a player and achieve so much. And we'll see if he can achieve even more. So far, again, it's going to be a hatch gas pool. Force to take the unnatural natural. Standard opener here from a laser. And my question becomes, how is Geralt going to punish the greed of a laser? We saw Cristiano earlier today. In the quarterfinals, Cristiano, he forced a laser to the ace match. Cristiano, he was able to catch a laser off guard, catch him with an all-in, almost do it 2 games in a row. Remember, a laser, he barely held on Hecate in game 3. The problem is that Geralt, he isn't the most aggressive player. He isn't the most all-in player. He thrives in the mid-game, that's true. But we'll see how he gets to the mid-game. So far, Stargate opener. And Geralt, he has gone for the build of Cristiano before. We were talking about, we saw Cristiano every single game. He went for a Stargate into a Robo, Twilight Council, into an Archon drop with High Templar, not with DTs, into a delayed third. Geralt, he has done that before. I imagine he's going to do it again at some point this series. We'll see if he does it game 1. I doubt he'll do a game 1, but well, you know, curious. And now first Oracle is being chronoed. Adept's going to be threatening a Shade as well, getting an eye on the third base timing. And we will not commit. There are Lings in position. A laser is ready for Geralt. First Oracle is moving out. Second Oracle is on the way. Very standard opener. Already different to Cristiano. If you remember Cristiano, he would skip his second, or he would just only make a single Oracle and get into his tech. And Geralt, he's taking his third base behind this. So a very economic opener here out of Geralt. Everything is looking as it should be. Very standard play. For the most part, because behind this, we do have a bit of a gateway explosion. That is a second, third, and fourth gateway on the way here. A big delay on the tech, by the way, as we typically would be throwing down a Twilight Council at this point. We're going to be stopping at 2 Oracles. I'm curious if we're going to be throwing down a Robo when we're going for like a Sentry Immortal all-in. Oh, as 1 Oracle does go down. Only 2 drones. Not the best trade from Geralt. 2 workers for 1 Oracle. That is rough. Behind this, Twilight Council is on the way. We have our tech of choice. It may be too soon to call that this is going to be Glaive Adepts, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Glaives, Pappy. Again, we have seen a big resurgence of Glaives. We've been seeing a lot of it in PvZ recently. It was over the weekend where Hero in KSL and in ESL Open Cup Asia, Hero, he beat Dark, Solar, and DRG with purely Glaive Adept builds. It was disgusting. Different variations, but just non-stop Glaives. And yeah, Hero, he was popping off over the weekend. Meanwhile, we have our Twilight Council, and what tech of choice are we going for? As Geralt is moving out already with a mishmash of an army here. Because he went for 4 gateways first, this is just a really awkward push. He is moving across the map. Back at home, a laser. He's cutting workers at 60. Roach Warren's still on the way. He's only going to have Lings and Queens to defend. He will have plenty of them. Behind this, there's the Forge. So the Forge is delayed. Blink is delayed as well. Yeah, it looks like Geralt, he just is trying to force an overreaction. If Elazer was being too greedy, then maybe this push could do something, but he backs off. He's coming back home. And to be fair, he did force a lot of Lings. That is a lot of Lings. He forced out the Roach Warren, but at this point, Elazer, he's now free to drone. Free to saturate his bases. Does get 2 more workers. Let's get a 3rd. But Geralt, he's just coming back. 4th base now on the way. As we're being a little bit cheeky with the drop load, it does get found. It does get shut down. Good movement out of Geralt. He has to be careful not to be caught out because the Lynx are going for a counterattack. They're going for the 4th. Going for the 4th base. Adepts, they are going to be able to take control of this Onaga. Maintain control of this Onaga. 4th base will be saved. So we find an Overseer as well. Supply blocking a laser, actually. Oh, but that's a lot of Stalker kills. Oh, Geralt just overextending. Bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. 5 in total. Meanwhile, Lings, they do go for a big counterattack. Shield Battery is not ready for this. No Shield Battery, no Overcharge. We do not get the cancel, though. We don't commit. Oh my god. Laser is going to bleed out quite a lot of roaches. And it's going to be on Geralt to really fortify himself. There we go. Shield Battery. Cannons on the way as well. Shield Battery, Cannon, Overcharge. We're getting back into Oracle production. +2. Geralt, he's going to have to try to defend with a purely Gateway army. There's no Immortals, no Disruptors, no Storm, no Colossus. Just Stalkers and Zealots. And now we have a Templar Archives on the way for Storm and Archons, but it's still quite a ways away. Stalkers, they do recall back home. A laser, he has drawn up to 83, and now we can focus on nothing but armies. Going Lingbane Roach Ravager. +2 melee on the way, Bailing Speed on the way as well. We have to wait for these upgrades. We don't want to hit an anti-timing. We're just waiting for these upgrades to kick in, and then a laser, he's going to send it. Now, is it possible that Geralt is able to morph in a couple of Archons in time? Potentially. We're going to have maybe 2 Archons? We need a lot. As here we go. 22 Banelings in production. The push is upon us. A laser has now hit 200 supply. He is maxed out. A lot of links are being shaved off. But can we hold on? A lot of this comes down to the stasis traps. Oh! Only one will go off. The other gets baited. The Banelings are rolling on in. And this base has to be given up. A Templar going down. Archon is exposed. At the same time, we do have a big Zealot counterattack. 11 drones and a hatchery will go down. Not bad. Not amazing, but... not bad as Banelings are rolling on in. And no! Bit of a delayed reaction. 5 workers go down. And we will be able to hold on to the rest of these workers. Only 5, this could have been so much worse. But you can see that Geralt, he's just having a really hard time defending both locations at once. Laser, he's just maxed out and he's just abusing that fact. Big overextension. Archon gets surrounded. And now we're going to be committing. Decent stasis trap. We try to go for this around. Banelings, they roll into the mineral line. They crash into those zealots and the probes as well. 7 probes. We don't have Storm. There's no Storm. There's no Archons. And it looks like a laser. He's just snowballing out of control. There's just too much. The Banelings, they come in from behind us all. They take down the mineral line and the 4th base. Geralt, he was just stuck at home. Could not hold on to his 4th. And the laser has too much. Again, 80 workers. Lingbane Roach Ravager on every angle. And Geralt, with this Blinkstalker Zealot heavy composition, he wanted to be the aggressor. He wanted to be in the face of a laser, but very quickly a laser took map control, and a laser, he never let it go. Now Geralt, he's on the back foot. He's stuck at sub 100 supply. Linear 4th base is being taken. Storm now starting, now on the way. But Laser, he's not going to wait for Storm to finish. Storm just started, and the Laser, he's already remaxed. We're pushing in again. For a 3rd time. Geralt, he's trying to hold on. He's trying. He needs to harness his inner Papi. Take the wheel, Papi. Take the wheel. As the roaches, they bust into the natural. Again, pulling Geralt apart. Going to be denying the 4th base again. The Baileys are going for the middle line. And we do not have Storm. GG gets called. A laser will take game number 1. GG. And that was just a really wild build. Unfortunately, it did set Geralt behind. If you recall, winding it back a little bit here as do set the score. Oh, there we go. As we do set the score, winding it back. If you remember, Geralt, he delayed his Twilight Council. He delayed his Twilight Council. He delayed his tech in favor of going for a really unorthodox push with Stalkers and Adepts. It was like 4 Stalkers and 4 Adepts, and it did look like he was trying to either catch a laser being too greedy or trying to force an overreaction. But again, he just kind of set himself behind as a result. You know, without Blink, without Charge, you do lack map control, and you're going to be stuck at home, and that's exactly what happened. He was stuck at home, couldn't move out, and Laser took full control of Hardlead, and just never really allowed Geralt to breathe. But now we're getting into game number 2. Game numero dos, and we'll see if Geralt can fight back, can claw his way back into this, and force an ace match. Personally, I hope so. I hope we can get an ace match as we're getting into game number 2, and as we get into game 2, a big shout out to Senor Sadstack. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. We actually raided Sadstack earlier today after we finished casting Kung Fu Cup. But of course, our night and our light was only just beginning. As we are here with our second broadcast of the evening, and here we go. We're in the semifinals. We're in game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the Polish Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the best Zerg player in all of Poland, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is a laser. Padre, take the wheel and the joystick. What is House? Oh, right, of course. For those that are tuning in, this is the House Open Cup number 3. And House is from my understanding, a gaming bar. It is a gaming bar in Poland, in Warsaw, the capital of Poland. It is oh my god, we're popping off. Let me quickly just wrap this up because things are happening. It is a gaming bar, and it has also held some offline events. It has held some StarCraft specifically offline events. As we scout, we do get eyes on this. And there was an event that was held a couple of months ago. We were lucky enough to be the English cast for it, and as we do have some close ties to the Polish scene, and recently, instead of just hosting offline events at the gaming bar, they have also been hosting these online tournaments, these online bi-weeklies. Only recently starting maybe a month ago, so ever since a month ago, every 2 weeks we have been hosting these Polish-only events. So players like Laser, Geralt, Mana, Spirit, Cristiano, Papi, they all have been taking part. And there is going to be an offline finals at the end of the year. There is going to be an offline finals. I think details of those finals are still to be determined, but if all goes well, we will also be casting that as well. We won't be live at the events, but Indy will be, the Polish coverage will be there, the players will be there as well. There is going to be an offline event in a couple of months, either in December or January. I'm uncertain. I'm sure Kashin will have some details of that once they become available. So yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool to see, the Polish scene reinvigorated. The Polish scene is actually huge. It's a really big scene. There are a lot of players, a lot of fans, a lot of viewers, a lot of casters, and fans of the events of StarCraft in general. So it's really cool that offline events have come back. They used to be a regular thing, but COVID put a stop to that, right? COVID put a stop to a lot of offline events, and a lot of the local scene has shrunk as a result. But now it's been slowly coming back. So it's really cool to see everyone banding together and putting these events together as well. Meanwhile, hatch first. Goal base. Let's go. A laser, he does go for a ninja vase here, does go straight for the gold, has been spotted by Geralt, and now the pressure is on. Geralt has to try to punish this. He cannot allow a laser to get away with this gold. And his opener is a Robo, or actually Twilight Council into Robo. Are we going for Glaives, or are we going for Dark Templar? One or the other. Which do we go for? Twilight Council is done. We haven't pulled out a gas, by the way, so this is going to be quite committed out of Geralt, regardless of what he goes for. Now, the dangerous thing here for a laser is that whether it's Glaives or DTs or something else, oh my god. We're going for the High Templar. We're going for an Archon drop. Let's go. Regardless of what it is, Geralt, he's going to have the freedom to pick and choose how he wants to approach this. He can attack the gold, or he can attack the main. And it's going to be on the laser to split up his army efficiently, effectively, and defend both locations at once. 3 drones already go down for 2 adepts. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade for Geralt. I'm sure he would have liked a little bit more out of them, though. As a laser has map control, he has plenty of wings. Typically, when we go for a goal base, we go for an all-in, but there it is. Roach Warren's on the way, Gas Geyser as well. We're going for a 3rd base. A laser. It looks like he's going for a mid-game timing. We'll see if he can get away with that. No spores, by the way. No spores, only queens. Immortal is on the way as well. Very fast Immortal production. And show us that High Templar. It looks like we want to kill this Overlord first before we really reveal our hands. A laser, he hasn't been able to scout the main base. He hasn't seen anything, and the last thing he expects is going to be a Templar Archives. Again, we're going straight for Storm. We are rushing into Storm off of 2 bases. Very unorthodox. There are the Archons on the way. Fun fact, this is all off of 2 gateways. We can't even warp in 4 High Templar at a time. We don't have the production for it. There we go. We're going for the drop. We're moving out. Oh, actually, we're only moving out to expand. Now, I'm a little bit concerned because a laser isn't droning. A laser, he is saturated up to 37 drones, 37 workers. That is all he has. And he is making roaches, lings, layers on the way for, I imagine, roach speed. But he is not saturating this natural. He is transferring workers, yes, but he's not droning. He's all in. A laser's all in, and Geralt, I don't think he knows that. Geralt, he is unaware. He sees queens, doesn't see much else. He's taking a 3rd base, which I don't think we can hold on to. Now we have a gateway explosion. Storm still on the way. Charge as well. We need to chrono, Papa. We need as much as we can get. As a laser is droning. Okay. He does have a large army, and it looks like he has a large enough army to deny the 3rd, but behind this, he is saturating that natural. And we are not going for the 3rd. Okay. Fair enough. So a laser, he backs up with his army. He is not committing. And as a result, Geralt's in a decent position. If a laser had gone all in, I do think he could kill this base and maybe pressure that natural. But now, Storm is finishing. The window where Geralt was vulnerable is now closing. We're getting away with Storm. We're getting away with Immortal production, charge, 3rd base. This is all kicking in. And yeah, I don't mind Geralt's position as a result. It's not too bad. We've built up to 4 Immortals, a decent amount of Archons. A laser, his creep spread is impressive. It's getting out of control. It's he's just spreading creep in every direction at this point. Now working towards a 4th hatchery, but the problem is that he's droning. Because he cut workers and because now he's going back into droning, his economy is less than ideal. The gold base makes up for that, but the reality is that a laser, if he had opened up standard or if he was droning earlier, he could already be at 3 base saturation, 66 drones, even up to 70 drones. And then now he could be focusing on an army. Instead, he's like going half and half. At times an army, at times droning. So Geralt, he can pull this off. Can pull this off. That's going to be rotating towards the center, clearing up a lot of creep. Oh my god, Zelsay make their way into the natural. A laser out of position. Storm's going to be connecting with roaches more than anything. Not the best storms. But these Zelsay do bust into the main base. They're forcing a lot of lost mine time. The Lings are racing back home. But there's not enough to protect the Immortals. The Immortals are going down one after the other. We needed more of a buffer zone here, and we just don't have it. I loved the Zealot run by, but there was just not enough here, and how many Immortals? 1 Immortal went down, an Archon, High Templars, 2 Immortals even. And that's just too many losses. Too many losses too quickly. Geralt, he was building up towards a death ball of an army. He almost was able to do it, but I do think he pushed out a little bit too soon. The Immortal. There's no shield battery, there's no overcharge. Decent storm. Decent storms are thrown down. But 10 workers have fallen. And now that momentum that Geralt had, you know, he was just building up towards this massive push. It's not there anymore. He lost too much of his army, and a laser. Now he's gotten away with droning the way that he has. He's up to 75 workers. Now we can focus on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Bailey Ness is on the way. And a laser is going to be the first to max out. Now, there is a world, if Geralt, if he connects with the best storms, if he's able to shut down the Ling Bane ahead of time before it can connect with the army, then these Immortals, they can go to town. That's 5 Immortals. Like, we can't underestimate the power of 5 Immortals, especially against a Roach army. So, this is a world where maybe we can pull off a good fight, but everything has to go well. The stars, they need to align for Geralt. If they don't, a laser will take this. And even then, a laser, he's maxed out. He's at 200 supply. Geralt is taking a 4th. And he just doesn't have much supply in general. He can't split up his army, and yeah, this 3rd base, it's very exposed. Here comes the Ling Roach. At the same time, a laser pushing towards the new 4th base. He's going to be distracted by this Zealot run by. Decent storms for almost 5 probes going down. Zealot run by does distract a laser. Likewise, Zealot run by here, but the whole position. Oh my god. The whole position micro. Keeping the drones alive. Most of them. And Geralt, he doesn't take too many losses back at home. He keeps most of his probes alive. And now we're pushing again. We don't want to be surrounded. How many Immortals? 7! Oh, 7 Immortals! Like, it doesn't look big, but the quality of this army is insane. We are lacking in gateway units, like Blink Stalkers or Zealots would be amazing here. So we have a Baling run by rolling on in. Do we react? Oh, no reaction! We connect. The mineral line's going to go down. At the same time, a laser pushing towards the 4th base. Now we do have storms. Good storms on the Banelings. The Roach Ravager kind of getting cornered here. Yeah, laser, he needs to leave with this army. At the same time, there's nothing for the Banelings to kill. They look so lonely. They have no purpose. They crash into the pylon. So a decent fight from Geralt, if only he hadn't lost so many probes. 13 probes did go down. Additional High Templar on the way. Now what is important is that the army supplies are relatively close. A laser, he's up 40 army supply, true, but a lot of that is his Roach Ravager. And we are up to 9 Immortals. Reality is, in a head-to-head fight, Geralt, he could win a fight. 100%. So he's just sending it up. He's just going for it. Here come the Banelings. As long as the Banelings don't connect. Meanwhile, 3rd base goes down. Geralt down to 3 bases. He'll be rotating over towards the right-hand side. He's getting some of the gold base. There's nothing much left at the gold, though. We'll take down the Roach Warren. At the same time, a big Zealot army in the main. Forcing the army out of position. And we're ignoring the hatchery. We're going straight for this 5th base. Roaches, they're coming in from behind. They are getting ready to come in from behind. As we still have plenty of storms. Banelings have been spotted. Up. Decent storms here. They're going to be zoning back the army. And Geralt is cornered. He has to fight. He has to stand his ground. Good Biles. Yeah, the Immortals are exposed. They're going down one after the other. The Archons had to be in front of the Immortals, and yeah, the setup just wasn't there. At the same time, Zealots are getting damage done. The laser, he does drop in supply, but he has a bank. He has a massive bank. He's reinforcing with Lings. Getting on top of the High Templar. Geralt, he just doesn't have enough left. He had potential. He had potential with his push, but again, just not the best engagement. Not the best setup. You can see that like the supplies are close. That is true, but we have a 2k 1k bank. A laser still waiting for his Roach Warren to finish so he can rebuild. He can remax. 4th base is on the way. Geralt's still stuck on 3 bases. And there's the rest of our tech. +1 melee, +3 range, adrenal glands, hive is done. So Rambo will force a cancel. Now that the roach horn is done, we should be seeing some roaches coming up from a laser. I'm a little bit surprised we don't. There we go. There we go. 18 roaches in production. We can see a laser spike up in supply. But the economy, that's something to bring up as well. Geralt, with his constant zealot rabbis, like, he actually has done quite a lot. A laser, he's down to sub 60 workers. He did have a bank, and he's burning through it by rebuilding this army. If Geralt can hold on to this 4th, and if he takes an efficient fight, then maybe we can see a game out of this. Maybe we can come back. But once again, he needs a good fight. Another Zealot Rambai is coming in. This time Lings are on the way. They will shut this down. Here we go. We're just waiting for a laser to pull the trigger as he has maxed out. As he's going to be threatening a dive here towards the natural as well. We do have a storm. In a moment. We don't have one yet. Soon we will. As it looks like a laser's just waiting for additional banelings. There we go. 15 banelings on the way. +3. Still a couple of seconds away from finishing as well. Will shut down the gold. And sure, he's giving Geralt time, but I still think it's not enough. Still think Geralt needs even more time here. Storm is throwing down Lings. They bust in. Second Storm. Oh my god. Annihilates all the Ling Bane. Bloodbath. There we go. 54 more Lings on the way. +3 range is down on the storm. Oh my god. Killing a good chunk of those banelings. We're going for another drop as well. Oh my god. As we have a 1 storm, a couple more storms remaining behind this army. Our Templar are going down. We're breaking on through. Immortals are exposed. And it looks like a laser. He just has too much. He's breaking this 4th base once again. The army is going to force this back. That's a lot of stalkers. The Immortals are doing it. They're putting in a lot of work. This Roach army will fall, but a laser, he gets 15 probes. He gets the mineral line. Geralt is pretty all in. He's been all in for a while. He's even more so. We gotta go. Laser, he will give up a base. Again, time is on the laser side, so he can just take this slow and steady. Back off, saturate different bases. Rebuild his army. And then once he's maxed out, he can push in again. So just really patient play out of a laser. Doesn't want to throw away his advantage. Doesn't want to give Geralt a chance. Here we go, we're pushing in, and that's going to be a cancel on the gold. There's a lot of storms. We do have a lot of storms available, and they're going to do well for themselves. They do connect with the army. We have 1 storm left. And that is going to be the last storm here now. We still have those Immortals. They put in a lot of work. Again, it's been impressive how well Geralt has been fighting. He's killed almost 400 Lings this game. 400 Lings. But he's lost 15 Immortals. Jesus. It's a lot of Immortals. 15 Immortals, 14 High Templar, 11 Archons. And because the laser's economy is so good, he can just keep trading like this. And eventually he'll break through. Takes down the Nexus. He's looking for a surround on the army as well, and he will surround it. The final storms. The final spells here from Geralt, and he put up a good fight, but it's just not going to be enough. The entire army gets swallowed up. At the same time, we have a Zealot run by. It's doing what it can, but GG gets called. Good luck as well, and a Laser will take the 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to a Laser. And Geralt, he had a chance. I do think that his army had a lot of potential when he first pushed out on the right-hand side. But if you remember, the fight was lackluster, where his Archons were behind the Immortals when the Roach army came in, and we needed those Immortals protected. They would have done so much damage if they were on the other side of the Archons instead. So just a really rough fight there from Geralt. That's when he lost. I want to say that was when he lost his 9 Immortals, when he lost his entire army. Again, if we had like maybe a different arrangement of the army, we could have had a better fight overall, and maybe push further, maybe push into the third base as well of a Laser. There was potential there, but alas, wasn't able to bring it together. And congratulations, a Laser makes it to the finals for the first time. You know, I spoke about this before. He gets his revenge in the first edition of this tournament. A Laser, he got knocked out by Geralt. In the second edition, a Laser didn't show up. He signed in, but he did not check in. And here in the third edition, he's kind of making up for that. He is making up for some of his past failings here, and he's made it into the finals, where he's going to be facing off against another Protoss player in a best of 5. He's going to be facing off against the one, the only, the Papi. Let's go. There are just so many Protoss here in Poland, and up next is Papi. He's beautiful. A dark horse. I think very few people expected Papi to make it this far in the tournament, so very impressive. And we'll see if he can pull off a miracle here. We'll see if he can stop the best Zerg in Poland. As the Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. Just making sure we don't miss anyone. Making sure that we are able to keep up with all of our lovely players. And I'll get the predictions going as well. Predictions for the finals. A Laser versus Papi. Again, you may be curious as to where some players are, and Spirit is missing this week. Spirit, he was the champion of the first edition and the second, but here for the third edition, Spirit is not here. So hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully it's not too much of a big deal. Maybe, you know, something came up, is just busy elsewhere. But because Spirit isn't a part of this tournament, it means that we can get a new champion. We can get a brand new champion for the H.4.0.S Open Cup. It's up for grabs for anyone to get. Is up for grabs. And as the players conduct their vetoes, we're going to be going on a short break. This is like the GSL Finals of Poland. I guess true. Yeah, kind of. I would say that the offline, the house circuit is like GSL for Poland. This is just a weekly. This is just a bi-weekly tournament. So this is like the KSL for Poland, if you will. KSL. Again, at the end of the year, that is when the offline finals will occur. When I say offline finals, I mean, like, you know, there's going to be a playoff bracket. I'm not too sure how many players. I want to say 8 players, but again, I'm not too sure if the details are out about that. Where the best of the best do duke it out offline. With a stage, with casters. It's going to be beautiful. Going to be amazing. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our finals. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the House Open Cup number 3. Oh my god, here we go. It's been a long night. We've been having a lot of PVZs already, and they will continue in the finals of this tournament. And in said finals, we have a new contender, a new player. Not his first time in this weekly, but he has gone far and wide, and he has never made it to the finals before. It's his first time, and here we go. In the top right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Bapi. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the best Zerg player in all of Poland representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And I just realized we're loading into Radisson Station. Crazy. A laser is going for a 15-15, which makes plenty of sense. We want to be as greedy as possible. We want to cut as many corners as possible on Radisson Station. This is the first time we're casting on this map since WTL over the weekend. It's been a while. Been a hot minute since we've cast on Radisson Station. So for those wondering, it is a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. The reason why you go for this is, one, you aren't going to be taking an unnatural natural, you get it on location, but this also leads into a very delayed gas, which makes sense because we want to be droning, we want to be taking this third base as quickly as possible, and there is no need to rush into link speed. There's no need to prioritize gas mining, not on a map like Radisson Station, because what are your speedlings really going to do? Because back across the map, Bapi, he's fortifying himself, going for a gate expand into a cyber core, going for a third base soon behind this. The reason why I say you want to be greedy, and you can see here a laser mining through these middle patches already, is because this is a free base, it is a pocket base. So a laser, he should be looking to expand before gas. There's no reason to rush into gases this early on this map. So you can get a secure three bases quite easily. You can also get this fourth base very easily as well. If there's only one attack path, one direction is where the army can come from. There are two attack paths technically, but I mean, it's all on the same side. You can set up your sim city, you can wall off cannons, gateways. Again, you can fortify yourself quite heavily here on 4 bases. The fifth is more open. The fifth is a different story, whether it's you try and take the goal base or you try to expand towards the right hand side. It is a lot more exposed, but we'll get there when we get there. As Bapi is going for a Stargate opener. Now, fast sky toss and fleet beacons are very common and very popular on this map. I'm curious if Bapi is going to do that as well. Rushing into Tempest or rushing into Void Rays has been seen many times here on Radisson Station. But again, we'll see if that's the direction we want to go in, as Bapi hasn't started mining through these minerals. Not yet. He totally could, but he's being a little bit more reserved, as it is a Void Ray first. Stargate not into Oracle, but into Void Ray. Meanwhile, back at home, still no gases. Why? Well, we don't need gases. We're just droning and making queens. Again, on this map, you want to cut as many corners as you can, so you drone hard, you queen hard, you play hard. And Bapi is gonna, he's not even gonna be trying to punish him. Gonna be turning back around with his adepts. First Void Ray is coming out, and I'm very curious what we see after the first Void Ray. Okay, it's gonna be an Oracle. I still feel like Bapi, he can be expanding a lot faster. We should be taking this third base soon. No reason not to. Especially considering that it can't be punished. Like, Lings aren't going to be able to harass it. There's no link speed, obviously, so like there's nothing that can slow Bapi down, as gases are now being taken. Now, because the gases are so late, this typically leads into, like, you just skip link speed and you go into roaches, or you can go into a fast spire, a fast lair. Tech-wise, we have some options, but typically we should be seeing a roach warren just for safety. Meanwhile, there's a fleet beacon. I think it makes sense. We have seen a lot of carrier rushes on this map, or a lot of Tempest rushes as well, but this isn't quite that. Interesting. Void Ray reveals itself. I mean, we saw it earlier. There's an Oracle coming in to harass. We still haven't expanded, by the way. We can, again, this third base from Bapi is very late. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm concerned that he's going to be left in the dust. Economically, I mean. But we have a fleet beacon, only one Stargate, so we can make like one Tempest or one carrier, but we're actually going for a ground switch, 4 more gateways. This is looking like a 2-base all-in. crazy. So there's one way or the other you can go, right? You can be hyper greedy, but as we can see, Bapi's going for a 2-base all in, and the laser doesn't know. He can't scout. That's why we have a Void Ray. The Void Ray shuts down the Overlords, and the laser doesn't know. He imagines that this base has been taken, but he doesn't know for certain. And the laser, he's none the wiser. He's droning, he's saturating, he's being as greedy as possible. He's taking all of his gases. Fast Lair, Roach Warren, +1 range. A laser has made very minimal fighting units here, and this 2-base all-in is designed to catch a player that has been too greedy. So I like the idea. We'll see how he does in the execution. Mothership's on the way, Immortal production, Prism's coming out as well. Now, has a laser been too greedy? Is he going to be caught with his pants down, or because he's done droning, is he going to have a large enough army to defend? He's on 70 drones. 70 workers, that's crazy. Already on 70 workers here, working on a 4th base for Larva. Hydra Den is on the way, so he's working on a Roach Hydra as a composition. Infestation Mid as well. And here comes the all-in. So this mothership is going to be recalling the army across the map. And he could even try to recall into the natural, maybe into the pocket base. There are a lot of queens, a laser. He wants access to the gold, by the way. And here comes the recall. We do catch the entire army. We recall right on top of the army. Pop off the cloak, pop off the detection, but there is a spore in position. And the mothership is being focused down. Stalkers are doing what they can, and it looks like Bapi, he is breaking through. He's breaking through the roaches. He forces back the mineral line, forces back the queens. The tech is looking a little bit exposed. Hydras are on the way, roaches as well. Bapi, can he break through? Up! The queens, they cannot transfuse. They're out of energy. The mothership, no, the mothership does go down. -300, -300. But this is an insane ground army we're pushing on in. Infestation is going to go down. The boys, they have to be pulled. So far, good kiting. The boys are coming from behind. The Vials, they do not take down the Prism. We can juggle. We can try to maintain this army, but the Prism, it goes down. And a laser will clean this up. GG gets called. The all-in does not work. And a laser will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I'll be honest, part of me wishes that when we recall into the natural, Bapi focuses the spore. I don't know if you saw, but there was a spore crawler in that natural base. So the cloak didn't really matter. Like we cloaked the army, but there was detection. There was a spore chilling there in the mineral line. I kind of wish that we just focus it down and we try to snowball out of control that way. The spore eventually died, but there was more of like an A move going on there from Bapi, and yeah, he just wasn't able to get the damage he was looking for. It was all or nothing there for Bapi, and a very unique build, very unique all-in. The first time I've seen it, and I like it. I appreciate it. Didn't work, but I can see the potential there. I can see it. Is that the Euthermal build? Does Euthermal play Protoss? Does he off race? Does he? I don't know. I don't watch his content. Maybe. I don't know if he has any a kind of crazy mothership rush all in for Radisson Station. I wouldn't put it past him. His Chief's a GM. Ah, okay, there you go. Maybe. Oh, the fleet bacon. It is almost time for breakfast. It is almost time. I mean, it's 7 a.m. I'm starving. I was talking about getting ramen in between casts, but I didn't get to have it. So I had a shower. I got some water. I ate some Pringles. For the past 2 broadcasts, these Pringles, they've been sustaining me, Pat. But I will get some proper food after the cast. I look forward to it. I'm starving. Yeah, that was beautiful. Go, Papi. Do it for Phoenix. Oh. I hate Pringles. Oh my god. Oh, Feral. Oh, it's Papa Feral. For the Berserker boys. For the Berserker boys. Oh, what do you have against Pringles, Papi? Oh my god. Fun fact, I think it's Yaku. I think he props up his webcam with Pringles cans. he has cans just stacked on top of each other for his webcam. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I appreciate it. Proper food equals Macca's. If only Macca's wasn't so expensive. Nah, ramen, bud, ramen. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of our Kione, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Babi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. Oh my god, going for the going for a 12 pool. We have the best Zerg player in all of Poland representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. The 12 pool is upon us, and 12 pools aren't all in. Don't get things too crazy here. 12 pools, we should be working towards a flood of lings, and then expanding behind this. There are all-in variations if we went for a proxy hatch, but I was keeping my eye out, and a laser hasn't gone for another hatchery. Of course, he's very fond of taking these gold bases, and I'm sure he will try to at some point. But for now, lings are on the way. Meanwhile, Papi is going for a probe scout. He's going to be slipping into the main base, and he's going to be getting a full scout of the main. He's going to be confirming the timing of the spawning pool and the lack of gases, so he knows it is a 12 pool. And he should be walling off back at home. He needs to chrono out his first zealot and have a probe ready to wall off as well. As, oh my god! He fakes out the expansion, he cancels the natural base, and we are going all in. It's a 12 pool drone pool as a laser sending everything across the map, and it is unscouted because the probe went down. Bapi, he doesn't know. He does have a probe ready to wall off, but he needs to wall now, otherwise it's going to be over. And here we go. The lings have arrived. Chipping away at the wall. The Zealot has to be very careful. The drones have been revealed. We need to wall off. We do. Gateway is thrown down, but that's a lot of surface area on the gateway. One Zealot is not enough. The Zealot is going to go down. We get a surround here on the gateway as well. Actually, we're just drilling through that pylon. Oh my god, the pylon taking so much damage, and we do bust through. The wall has been broken. One of the gateways is depowered. No, there's a chrono on the depowered gateway. The Adept, it's not coming. Help is not arriving. Not like this. The Adept finally is repowered. On the way, boys are being pulled. GG gets called, and a laser will take game number 2. GG. With a 12 pool drone pool. Again, unscouted. Unfortunately, the probe, I mean, really smart play out of a laser to fake out the expansion, to cancel it in the end, and to make sure that his drones weren't revealed until that probe was killed. They were held back a little bit further. So did catch Bapi off guard. Wasn't quite ready for it. GG. GG, well played. And now a laser, he is one game away. Uno mas. One game away from taking the entire series. Bapi needs to fight back here and now to attempt to force the ace match. Here we go. Oh, hold on. I need to translate. What's being said? Ah, smudge. Oh my god. So, Bapi said, how am I supposed to hold that? And then a laser said, yeah, I thought that I was dead when I saw the wall. And laser's like, I don't know what happened. I thought it wasn't gonna work. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Oh. And here we go. We're getting into game 2. Even if you don't have faith, it's like we can pull it off anyway. And again, a laser, he's on match point. He needs one more, uno mas, to become our champion. Bapi, can he fight back? Can he take a game? At least one. We're here to find out. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate. He needs your help. He needs your support. For a longer series, give us more StarCraft. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Bapi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have... let's go. We have the Polish Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of Poland, representing Team Liquid, going for a 14 hatch. It is a laser. No extractor trick for the hatchery. I think we're getting one for the spawning pool. Yes, so it's going to be a 14 hatch into a 15 pool. Fun fact, this is a variation that's, oh, actually, we're going for the Overlord first. Wait, what? Interesting. Okay, we're going to be delaying the spawning pool in favor of the Overlord instead. But this is a variation that a lot of the Koreans were doing. When Eric popularized the 1515, and when all the Europeans started doing it, and the North Americans as well, a lot of the Koreans were actually experimenting with it, and some were trying out the 1515, and there were others like Dark. I remember Shin as well, that were going for 14 hatch openers instead. Yeah, it was really interesting. I think it was just so that they didn't have to cancel as much, and they were able to preserve some of their units, preserve some more minerals, getting into a faster gas. But yeah, different variation here out of a laser. And it's been a while since I've seen a 14 hatch like this. Just because in general the Koreans, they actually stopped going for 14 and 15 hatch altogether. They just go hatch first. And if they take the unnatural, natural, they just do it. It has fallen off. As we are getting into our openers here. Back at home, Gate Expand into the Cyber Core, standard stuff out of Bapi. Likewise, a laser getting into his gas. This is the other big difference here. With a traditional 1515, your gases are very delayed. But with this build, we are getting into gases a little bit faster instead. So we can actually get into link speed. We can get in. Here we go. Does 12 pool worker pool hit before the second depot wall off in ZVT? I don't think it's a good thing to do in ZVT. The problem with doing it in ZVT is that you're making an initial Reaper first, and the SCV Scout should be seeing it ahead of time anyway. It's very difficult to hide it against the SCV Scout and the follow-up Reaper as well. I'm curious, would it work? Would it hit in time for a low racks? Sorry, a low ground 2-racks opener, like the Beyond opener? I don't think so. I think we wall off in time as well. You know what? Try it out. Go crazy on the ladder. Just do it. Anyway, we're going all in. That's a fast layer. We're going for an insanely fast layer. One additional gas geyser is being taken. If we had a third gas geyser, this would be 2-base Hydra. Without the third gas geyser go, though, is this going to be a Link Queen Nidus all in? Are we going for Nidus from here? As back at home, we have a Twilight Council opener into Adepts. Oh my god. It is not a Link Queen Nidus all in. It's 2-base Swarm Host. A laser. Aye. He's an animal, Pop. He's an animal. We have an infestation bit on the way. The full wall up as well. Adepts have arrived, but the wall does stand strong. Now, we don't have the most DPS to work to actually... So we don't have the most amount of DPS to actually deal with these Adepts. So this wall is going to go down. We have a secondary wall behind this. Lings are on the way. Glaives are in production as well. A laser's in some trouble. I am concerned. Roachhorn's still in production, and he has to make roaches if he wants to hold. Or is he going to be greedy and make Swarm Hosts? No shot. What do we do? We're banking up these. There we go. We're banking up the larva. We're going straight for Swarm Hosts. Crazy. Okay, how does this work? Can Bapi punish this? Because he's going Glaive Adepts. The wall is technically open. It's going to be Swarm Host Nidus. we didn't make any roaches. We have 2 roaches on the way. And there we go. We fully wall off. A laser correctly identifying that it is glaives. Does spot the army. Swarm hosts are soon to be revealed. I don't think they've been seen yet, actually. Here we go. Here comes a Locust Wave. And Glaive Adepts, just like how they deal with Lings, I think they can deal with these Locust Waves as well. The Juggling! Let's go! Keeping the Adepts alive, shading on past the Queens towards the Mineral Line. And this may just be too much. Very minimal roaches. We commit to the shade. There are a handful of Lings in position. And can we deal with this? The roach is putting in a lot of work. How many roaches do we have? 10 of them. As we bust into the natural base as well. The Locusts, the Swarm hosts, they do nothing. They don't help. Drones are going down. 18, 20 workers. A laser. He was maybe having too much fun. He was trying to clown on Bappy, but nah, not like this. Not like this, Bappy. As 24 workers are falling. We have another wave of Locusts coming in as well. And they do have quite a lot of DPS. They're going to be able to shave off a couple of these depths, so we just commit to the shade. DTs are coming in as a follow-up. There is no detection. We're going to try and commit to the Nidus across the map. Oh, God. Here we go. The Nidus is on the way. Roach Warren under threat as well. And a laser, he's down to 10 workers. He's down to 10 drones. I appreciate the Swarm hosts. Can they do enough to come back in this game? We can kill some probes. Definitely kill some workers. But GG is going to get called. It's just too much. And Bappy, he will fight back. He will take game number 3. GG. As he should. 2-base Swarm host is not really a thing in this matchup. So a laser, he was trying to flex a little bit on his opponent, having a little bit too much fun. But man, you gotta respect Bappy. You gotta respect him. He's gonna drop a map. And to be fair, a laser, he can afford to have a little bit of fun. He has a little bit of breathing room in this series. It's a best of 5, of course. But he has to be careful. Does have to be careful here. Oh. As we are gonna be able to fight back. And now suddenly my eyes are on a laser. If he's having fun tonight, what else are we gonna do? We've already had a 12 full drone pool. We've had 2-base Swarm host. What's next? What's next? 2-base Spire? Proxy Hatch? Proxy Hatch all in, that could work. That's actually a build that works at this level. True. Could Proxy Hatch. What else do we got? 13-12. we can try to 13-12. True. We saw Snogstar do that earlier today. Or do we settle down and do we get a much more standard macro game? We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Blue Protoss player from the land of Poland representing Berserker Esports. It is Bappy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player representing Team Liquid. Up in this series, he needs one more, or no mas, to win it all. It is a laser. When learning a new opener, does it help to do customs with a slower game speed? I would definitely advocate customs. I think most people do advocate customs. If you're trying to learn a new build, then doing it even against like no AI, just in a custom game, just to get the build down, and then slowly incorporate AI, that is preferable. I don't think it's good to do it with slow game speed, just because it may just give you bad habits as well. Like, I think it can be maybe too jarring if you go into a higher game speed. But maybe it comes down to preference. I don't know. I don't think many people play on low game speed, so I'm actually not too sure how beneficial that would be. But if you try it and if it helps you, then maybe it's worth it. Maybe it is worth it. Especially if like you're really struggling to learn a new build and to get it down. Customs in general, though, they're good. They're good, Japan. They're good. What is salt encoding? As so far, hatch gas full, standard opener so far out of a laser. We have our standard opener here. No crazy 14 hatch into 15 gas into none of that. Just getting into a standard game for now. And Papi is going to be wary. I'm sure he's on notice. Make sure that he's able to keep up here with what a laser is up to. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Yeah. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. There's other tools out there that help, right? There's like spawning tool, right? Spawning tool puts like an overlay of the build over you. I remember that, I don't know if it's a thing anymore, but people used to record, maybe it's a part of spawning tool as well. People used to record builds on YouTube, and they would like, basically the way it works is that you start the video at the same time, and then they like tell you what to do because it's lined up with the game as well. So like, build an overlord, or throw down a depot, or throw down a pylon, right? Like they just like vocalize it to you as a video, like while you're playing. I don't know if people still do that, but that used to be a thing. There's a lot out there. Ooh, as we do have our Stargate opener. Stargate into a Void Ray first. Okay, now with this Void Ray, we can shut down Overlords. We can keep a laser in the dark as to what Papi is up to. Salt is an output from Spawning Tool. Ah, there you go. Yeah, Spawning Tool is a big thing. I know some people don't like Spawning Tool just because it's like visually cluttering. But if it's something that's that you enjoy, that you can work with, then go for it. Go for it. As the first Void Ray is going to be moving out. Oh, you're trying to learn 14-14 into two-way search. Ah, I see. Fair enough. As the Void Ray does move out, it's going to be able to shut down the first Overlord as well. Again, this is something that a lot of the Koreans do. Basically, you send your first Void Ray across the map to get one, maybe even two Overlord kills, and then you come back for this final Overlord back at home. Or we could even get three, actually. Oh my god. We're getting a lot done. Do we have enough for a transfuse? We do not, and it looks like we're going to get a third Overlord. Soon to be a fourth with this one here on the right-hand side. At the same time, the Oracle comes in from the right-hand side, gets 3 more drones. A really good amount of damage is done. And behind this, we have our tech of choice. We have a Robo, Twilight Council, and Forge on the way. Pretty standard follow-up here from Papi. Nothing really to write home about, as the third base is getting up and running, and Adepts are in position. Meanwhile, this Void Ray is coming back home to hunt down that last Overlord, and he will find it. And that is 4 Overlords for 1 Void Ray. An amazing amount of damage, more than really should have happened. So for those wondering, because I kind of glossed over it, basically, if you go for a Void Ray opener, it's advised to actually send the Void Ray across the map first and not kill the scouting Overlord, whether the Overlord is here or maybe at this pillar. You leave that Overlord alone. Like, you know it's there, but you leave it alone, and you come back for it, because you know that there's no chance that Overlord can actually survive and get back home. So you get across the map just so you can secure damage, and because you're revealing your Void Ray across the map, then it's a late reaction and they're exposed. The Zerg player doesn't have time to actually save those Overlords. So yeah, I mean, look at the look at the trades here, the efficiency. Laser coming in for a counterattack, but we do have Zealots in position. They do head towards the natural. They find a probe. They do find a worker. And a laser does back off. Ooh, if we were aware of this fourth, we could even try and cancel it. A laser actually double expanding, getting a fourth and a fifth as well. Being quite greedy. Meanwhile, ooh, no shield battery. The Lings, they do get into the mineral line. 5 more probes go down. No stack defense here at the third base. Now we're working on it. Building up a wall. Building up those shield batteries. Behind this, it is not going to be +1 in Blink. It's going to be +1 in Charge instead. It's going to be a Charged Out Archon composition with that Templar Archives. Not just Charged Out Archon, but we have been building up these Immortals from the beginning. We're just building up a death ball of an army. And the Immortals, they have been spotted by a laser. For the time being, he's just being very greedy. You know, he took this center base as his fourth, so Rich Vesting Gas Geyser. Droning up to almost 70 at this point. There we go, 70 drones. If he wanted to, he could even drone up to 80 as well. But that is a risky thing to do, especially because Papi is soon going to move out. Storm, halfway done. Fourth base being taken. Papi is just still building up his forces back at home. Going for a Link counterattack, but doesn't quite find too much damage here. It's a lot of Links for not much here at home. I'm still surprised that we didn't throw down a shield battery. Like, very greedy play here at a Papi. To delay for so long, and here we go, a laser. He has droned up to 70, and he is not droning up any further. Cutting workers at 70, now he's making nothing but Lings, Roaches, soon to be Ravagers. There is no Bailey Nest, so just Ling Roach. And we're going for one big push. A laser, he's about to max out. And this is going to be a tight hold. Not impossible. A lot of this is going to come down to the storms. Oh, the army has been spotted. Again, storms are going to be necessary here for these Lings. No Archons. There we go. A couple of Archons now on the way. They're in production. As a laser, he's rotating over towards the left-hand side where we do have some stasis traps. No shield battery, no overcharge. Uh-oh. There are shield batteries on the right-hand side, not on the left, so he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable if the attack does, or if the fight does occur here. I wonder if a laser does notice. Yeah, there we go. Shield batteries now on the way, but they're a little bit late. Behind this, Spire is thrown down. A laser, he's not committing, not yet, as he rotates around, and he does find a couple of free units. He gets the Archon. Big pick up. Archon goes down. At the same time, a laser tried to dive in, but he was zoned away. And Papi is doing well holding. Like, he's got a comparable, a comparable economy, up to 76 workers. But unfortunately, he doesn't know that a Spire is on the way. He's not aware of the mutas. And very little shoots up. He doesn't have Blink for Blink Stalkers, doesn't have Phoenixes, has one Void Ray. We dive on top of the Immortal. Overcharge is not good enough. The Immortal goes down. And mutas could spell the end for Papi, but he comes in with a counterattack. Oh my god. He gets into the main. He does scout the Spire. He knows. And he's not slowing down. Hopefully he clicked on it. Hopefully he's aware of what he saw. Because we need either more Archons, Phoenix production. Blink for the Stalkers. There we go. Blink is now on the way, but this is a late upgrade. And the mutas, they're coming out. If they wanted to, they could dive on top of the High Templar. The 16 mutas are on the way. It feels like Papi's pretty all in. Storms aren't looking too bad. Oh my god. Big storms here on the mutas, on the roaches as well. We need another storm, and I don't think we have one, not yet. And this base is going to be going down. Now a laser, he has a bank. He can just slow this down. He can lose a base, he can lose two bases. As long as he preserves his drones, he should be okay. As Blink is getting halfway done at this point. More Archons are on the way as well. We have two Storms available. And the mutas are going for a big counterattack. They're going to be crippling the economy of Papi, but Papi, I don't think he cares. He's going to be saving his workers, and he's pushing in. He doesn't want to waste his Storms. He's going to take down another base. Meanwhile, a laser goes straight for the main. Ooh, a couple of Archons do go down. Laser, he's in a bit of trouble, but again, slow and steady, wins the race. We have 18 more roaches in production, and Papi, he's not reinforcing. He doesn't really have much of an economy behind this. Good storm. We're warping in Stalkers to reinforce. Immortals are going ham on the roaches, and we're actually trading well. A lot of roaches are going down. Good juggling here with the Warp Prism. Oh my god, barely saving those Immortals. Meanwhile, back at home, the mutas are going ham. They're killing everything back at home, but at the same time, Papi, he's breaking the natural. He's pushing in. There's one Ravager left. And is he pulling this off? A laser, he has mutas. He's catching an immortal. Rough loss there. But it looks like Papi may just have too much. He's broken the natural base. Mutas, they're coming back. Do we have enough anti-air? Oh! We have our Stalkers. No Storm. We have Archons. And Papi, it looks like he has done it in a straight-up game as well. GG gets called. And Papi takes game number 4. We have a series. We have an ace match. GG. I was a little bit concerned that we wouldn't be able to get Blink Stalkers out in time, but you saw that Blink was able to finish. We were able to warp in a wave of Stalkers towards the end as well. We had enough anti-air, which meant the mutas coming back home didn't really mean much. They could not deal with the main army. And we need to give praise as well to Papi because he has really good immortal control. Not just immortal control, prism control. Keeping those immortals alive, just powering through all those roaches. Didn't matter that a laser was maxed out. Didn't matter that he had a bank as well, just because he was up against such an efficient army. Such a death ball of an army. GG. The mutas, they were a good move. I mean, they killed, what, 32 probes? They killed a lot of workers. They killed a lot of workers across the map. But the main army, that was the problem. And here we go. It all comes down to game 5. It all comes down to hard lead. Here we go. Papi isn't special. No, special is Juanito. Special is Juanito. Some people call him Papi as well. I mean, it's like a common term. He's from Mexico. He's from Mexico. So Papi is like bro or like young friend. You can use it however you want. It's like mate in Aussie. Hyung in Korean, la in Singaporean. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of hard lead. We have the Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Papi. Forcing the ace match, forcing game 5, and spawning in the top left hand corner. We have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of Poland. Representing Team Liquid, it is a laser. Here we go. Hi, Papi. Same thing. Base habit. Were you also calling her Papi? That would be the same thing. Shaking my head. As we are going for a probe scout across the map. Going to be confirming, of course, the hatch first. This time, hatch gas pool out of a laser. Vamonos, vamonos. No, I did not. You're doing it wrong, then. What are you doing? It's okay. I can show you. Come to Australia. As for now, it is going to be a gate expand. Gate expand into a cybercore. Standard opener here from Papi. Standard opener. Across the map, a laser likewise going for a hatch gas pool. And as much fun as the laser's been having, and he has been having some fun, he's been going for 12 pools and, you know, 2 base muta, not quite 2 base muta, 2 base swarm host as well. I expect things to be calming down here in the ace match. I expect a much more standard straight up game out of a laser. There is a lot of power to be had here on hard lead as well. Hard lead, it is a very aggressive map. The rush distance by ground is quite short. Oh. It is quite short, and yeah, as a result, there are a lot of all-ins you can go for. It is very commonplace, very common for Zerg players to go for, to drone up to 66 workers, 66, and just go for a big roach all-in. You pull the boy, no, you don't pull the boys. You're not a Terran player, but you do pull the queens. They waddle across the map, go for a German taxi, if you will. There's a lot of different variations. A laser, though, is taking the linear third base. Now, upon taking the linear third, that means that it's going to take a little bit longer to spread creep across the map. If we had taken the triangular third, then that would be a sign that maybe we did want to go all in and focus down these rocks. Taking the linear third is a lot more passive, a lot more defensive. So, a sign that laser wants to get into a normal standard game. Doesn't mean he will. It's just, you know, a sign in that direction. So now our depths are going to be moving out. Additional links are on the way. We're getting into our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate. This time it's not a Void Ray first. It's going to be an Oracle instead. Looking for some economic damage. Pappy's just going to be getting into the rest of this build. Going to be going Oracle first into a second Oracle. Still no Void Ray, so this is looking pretty standard. Behind this, Pappy should be taking a third base. Should be taking up towards the Twilight Council and a Forge behind this. Now, just because he went Chargeal Archon in game number 4 doesn't mean he's going to do it here. He could go into Blink first instead. There are different kind of tech paths that you can go down as a Protoss player. So we'll see what he goes for. Personally, on a map like Hardlead, I kind of do want him to go Chargeal Archon again. Like, if he's able to stabilize on 4 bases, if he's able to build up a Death Ball of an army again, then he can push out. He can push out and it can look terrifying. And so far, this is looking very similar to the last game. We have a Robo follow-up, and this will lead into a Twilight Council and Forge a little bit later on in a couple of moments. That is how we saw the opener of Pappy in game 4. So we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be the case. There it is. There's a Forge. And a delayed Twilight Council here from our Protoss player. But we should see it soon. Meanwhile, back at home, a laser, he's just droning. He's just been droning, taking gases, working on a Roach Warren. Oracles, they dive into the natural. They're going to get a couple of drones. By a couple, I mean one. Oof. A little bit of mistargeting. A lot of these drones got low, but they weren't quite focused down. So only one drone fell. Meanwhile, there's +1 on the way. There's that Twilight Council. Now, this isn't the cleanest execution. Typically, we want to see the Forge and the Twilight Council at the same time so we can hit a timing with +1 and charge, and it can all be lined up. But it may just be a little bit shaky just because we don't really care about the timing. We may be looking to just saturate on 3 bases and slowly get a 4th. Immortal production has commenced. And really my eyes are now on a laser to see how he approaches this instead. If you remember last game, he droned up to 70 and then he maxed out. And he wasn't quite able to find a way to deal damage. He wasn't able to push into the 4 bases of Pappy. Now, this 4-base setup is a little bit more exposed. It's a little bit further apart. This low ground base can be difficult to defend, especially if these rocks get knocked down. So we'll see if he takes this triangular third as his 4th or takes the center base. Behind this, Baneling Nest is thrown down, so it's going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Last game, it was just purely Ling Roach. No Banelings. And Pappy, he's going to be taking the role of the defender. Again, he's just continuing to take up Templar Archives, now finishing up for Archons. A massive wall of gateways as well, just to make sure we're safe from any kind of Baneling counterattacks and run-bys. Storm is on the way. This is just like how Pappy played out the previous game. Exact same. More or less. Meanwhile, a laser, instead of cutting workers at 70, he's droning up to 80. 82 drones already here, and that means we are ready to max out. This also means that we have additional gas income as opposed to previously, so we can afford Ling Bane Roach Ravager, which is a little bit more gas intensive. Also, my apologies, we did have Banelings last game. We were going for run-bys, right? Yeah. Here we go. No, sorry, I was thinking of a different game. I was thinking of something else. There we go. Ravagers, Banelings in production. Rocks are being knocked down. We spoke about this. Once these rocks go down, like, this area is just so wide open. Stasis traps have been thrown down, but they get triggered prematurely. Storm has finished. Ay, ay, ay. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Pappy. At least he does have 4 storms available. Looking at the unit type, yep, 4 High Templar, each with 1 storm. But the Banelings are coming in from behind. They're try to come in from behind. The fourth base is completely surrounded, and you can see Papi just being zoned away from his own base. Good storms, but we're going to be forcing a cancel at that Nexus. Oh, and that's every High Templar going down. Banelings, they just roll on in. No more storms are available, and now a laser, he can just dive on the army. It's just becoming too much. A laser, he was left to his own devices. He was able to drone up to 80 plus, and now he can just keep making nothing but Ling Roach Ravager. Now, Papi did save most of his Immortals and most of his Archons. He only lost one of each, which is good, but Papi is stuck on 3 bases. And without a 4th, he can't max out. Not like last game. He needs a 4th base, he needs a better economy to be able to afford that. And again, Hard Lead is just a really map to try to pull that off on. Like, the creep is already at the 4th. We're denying the 4th with creep at this point. Again, a very short rush distance by ground. Papi is just being choked out at this point. He needs to expand elsewhere. A laser, he's checking for another base. Here at the linear 4th or the center base location. And the longer this goes on, we're going to be spreading creep on every one of these bases as well. You can see a laser diving in, expecting a base to be taken, and there's just nothing there. And Papi's all in. It's all or nothing here for the Protoss. Oh, but he's pushing into a concave. Oh my god. The Banelings, they roll on 4, they dive on top of the High Templar, and they will get every single one of them. No more storms are available. The Immortals are exposed, they have nothing to protect them as well. A laser is being forced back, but there's only 3 Immortals left. Over time, Papi, he's just losing his army. Now he takes a 4th base, but it's a very late 4th. It may just be too late. That's a laser. He's remaxing on more Lingbane Roach Ravager. Papi gonna try and pull off a miracle defense. Okay, so if the stasis traps go off, if we get some amazing stasis traps, an amazing storm, then maybe we can hold on to 3 bases. Maybe the 4th, I'm not so sure. As a laser, he's remaxing, pushing in once again. The Banelings, they crash into the Zealots. The Zealots go down instantly. And now we can get on top of the high-tech units, on top of the Immortals, the Archons as well. The juggling is good. Don't get me wrong, but there's only so much that we can juggle. That's the same 3 Immortals do survive, but we lose all the Archons. Papi, he's just trying to survive. He just wants a 4th base. He needs a 4th base. Trying to push up, but we get a surround. Once again, though, we can save whatever we can. 1 Immortal goes down. No storms are left, and a laser, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and a laser will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's House Open Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to a laser for winning his very first House Open Cup. Again, the first and the second edition of this tournament were won by Spirit. Spirit did win both of those, and I would have favored Spirit to win this tournament as well, but Spirit did not show up. He did not show up for the 3rd edition, which meant that it was up in the air for a new champion, and a laser is that new champion. GG, congratulations. Congratulations. Again, a laser, he is the best Zerg player in Poland, and expected for him to eventually win one of these. But a special shout out to Papi. Papi. He went further than any really thought he would, or that he could. He took down Rodzin, took down Art. The seeding did help him. The seeding meant that Geralt and a laser would face off in the semis, not in the finals. And I would have favored Geralt again against Papi if they had faced off. But alas, that didn't come to pass. Geralt and a laser face off in the semis, and Papi was able to really flex his PvP, taking down Rodzin and Art. Very impressive stuff, which meant that, hey, even if Geralt faced off against Papi, there's no guarantee that Geralt could have stopped him. No guarantee. So, yeah, really impressive run here by Papi, even forcing the ace match out of laser. Part of it is because the laser was having some fun going 2-base Swarm Host, which is... it's nonsense. But regardless, went all the way to the ace match, and GG, well played. Good to see Papi popping off, especially because typically he's in the middle of the pack. When people think of the best Protoss players in Poland, they think of Geralt, they think of Cristiano, they think of Art, they think of Mana. I feel like those four are typically thought of before Papi. So for Papi to make it into the finals like this, it's impressive. Impressive stuff. Really impressive stuff. Hope he is proud of himself. Hope Papa Farrell over in Berserker Esports are proud of him as well. They give him a lot of love, give him a lot of praise, because yeah, really impressive run here. Even giving a laser a run for his money as well. I know that there are a lot of people that are tuning in for the first time as well, and if you haven't heard of this tournament before, this is a bi-weekly tournament every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks we do host this event. It's held over on Indy's channel in Polish, and we cast it in English here on the CranKy Ducklings. And it is a Polish-only tournament. It is region-locked to the land of Poland, so that's why you get players like a laser, like Papi, Geralt, Cristiano, Spirit, Mana, for example. They all duke it out every 2 weeks. And if you are unfamiliar with what House is, it is the main sponsor of this tournament, and it is a gaming bar in Poland. It is a gaming bar, and they've held offline StarCraft events at that location before, and they're going to do it again. They're going to be doing it again in a couple of months. So it's really cool to see that, again, the Polish team, they're coming together again. They're hosting their own offline events. They're hosting their own online events, and they're coming together and, you know, supporting themselves. And we're going to do the best we can to broadcast that as well. We're going to do the best we can to broadcast that. I don't think we have... I think we do have confirmed dates for the offline event, but I think they're still just figuring out who gets invited. A lot of it is going to be based off of these weekly tournaments to see who does and doesn't get invited to the event. And I think qualifiers were held a couple of weeks ago as well. I believe it is called the House Circuit. House even, not House. There's no U. There's no U. But yeah. So if you're interested, you can support them. You can follow them. If you are local to Poland, then look into it. Check it out. So you can be there at an offline event. Like, sure, there's DreamHack Atlanta on the way for North America, for the North Americans to get together and to, you know, be able to converge and support and, yeah, have a bit of a StarCraft celebration. Likewise, you can do the same in Poland. Let's go. I believe it's, yeah, towards the end of the year or beginning of next year. So do look forward to that. Back to work. Have a good rest of the stream. Like, oh, we're done. We're done. But yeah, with that, we are going to be closing out the stream here for the day. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Hope everyone had a great time as well. This was our second broadcast of the day, and it is 7:49 a.m. Almost 7:50 a.m. here in Australia. It's time to sleep. I'm gonna be quickly getting some food, and then I'm gonna probably get some work done and then pass out later. Let's go. I am on that EU sleep schedule because we have been busy casting the B stream for ESL Masters, and I believe ESL Masters comes back tonight. I believe it does come back tonight. Yeah, 15 hours from now, ESL Masters Winter. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we're going to be live as well tonight. If you are curious about our next broadcast, it is going to be WTL. I believe World Team League is in 15 hours time. It's going to be overlapping with ESL Masters, which is a bit of a shame. They're going to be going at the same time. Our priority and our focus is going to be on World Team League. After we wrap up World Team League, we may co-stream ESL Masters, the NA region. We're probably going to be co-streaming over on this channel. Again, at around this time, covering the NA region as best we can. And yeah, the weekend is soon to be upon us. WTL every single day. Let's go. World Team League. So yeah, if you're interested, we're going to be live in 15 hours. So mark your calendars, mark your alarm clocks. And yeah, if you want to support us elsewhere, !socials. Socials in the chat as well. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all the social medias. We have a YouTube channel, which we are also streaming on. We are co-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're watching from YouTube, if you ever need us, welcome. We're still new to streaming on YouTube, but all of our VODs are kept there as well. So it's a little bit easier. It's a lot easier to like transfer VODs and uploaded them on YouTube now that we're streaming there as well. So yeah, it's a little bit more convenient. Speaking of, that's what I'm going to be doing next. Going to be working on some VODs for a couple of hours before going to bed. Let's go. So thanks so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for the support. You can also support us on Patreon if you wish. Patreon is available. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments. We do host our own events here on the CranKy Ducklings that are also region locked to Oceania, Southeast Asia, North America, Latin America, the rest of Asia as well. So we do have a lot of region locked events and some open events as well that we do fund via Patreon. We still pay it out through our own pockets, but Patreon does help, does alleviate some of those costs, and our goal is to grow our Patreon to be able to fully fund our events and also grow our events, you know, bigger prize pools, bigger payouts, more consistent tournaments. So if you're interested, Patreon is the place to support us. And also, as we head off for the night, a bit of a premature announcement, but we're going to make a tweet soon. We are finally, after, how many years have we been casting? How many years? Well, we're coming up on 6 years. Coming up on 6 years of casting on this channel. We are finally partnered. Took a long time. A lot of hard work, a lot of hours. I've checked the numbers. We cast more than Steadfast. We cast more than Wardy. We're live every single day, multiple times a day. And we are finally partnered on Twitch, which means we can make a little bit more money. We now have 50% of subs instead of 25%, which is a pretty big jump. Still not amazing, but it's better than nothing. So as of today, as of a couple of hours ago, we finally got partner, which is amazing. And yeah, it's gonna help. It's gonna help, especially when it comes to our own tournaments. It's gonna help a lot when it comes to how we can afford our own tournaments and all that stuff. And yeah, we've been slowly growing over the past 6 years, and we'll keep growing from there. Thank you. Does that mean you can no longer stream YouTube on parallel? No, we can. Thankfully, it's not exclusive. It was announced recently that we are allowed to restream unless we have like a specific contract. But we're not big enough for that. We're not. That's not happening. We're not getting a contract like a big like contract with Twitch. So we can stream on YouTube. We can actually restream on like Facebook if we wanted to. And we do have a lot of activity on Facebook, but we'll stick to 2 platforms for now. And with that, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the support for many, many years. We've been having a bit of a boost recently, which is how we were able to get partnership. We've been getting a little bit more traction. And again, we're live in 15 hours with World Team League. See you then. See you soon. Until then, give some love and support to another StarCraft streamer. We're going to be giving someone else a raid. Give them some love. Give them some support. We'll see you later. Hasta luego. Bye.